Okay, this is actually happening. I can't believe this is actually happening. I genuinely can't believe this. Anyone else in the same boat? Like, how did we get to this point? Like what? Like, I genuinely don't know how to react to this. We're literally live streaming Novak's case. I didn't think you would get this far. To be honest, it's wild. I just think it's wild that it's gotten to the point where we're going to be live reacting to the appeal, and we're going to be live reacting to Novak. And while there are still people suffering from COVID, I just got my booster today. Like, it's gotten to the point where I'm going to live stream the Australian government talking about this. You know? It doesn't make sense. Just gonna what do you guys think? Because I'm just lost of words right now. What do you guys think of the appeal's gonna be? Because I genuinely have no clue. I genuinely have no clue. I just want to make sure that we put an end to this. So much good tennis happened last night, too. Did anyone else watch that? Cobra, I don't... And my computer's gonna fucking crash, too. Oh, that's right. Oh, hello from Serbia. Oh, God. I really don't know how this is gonna go. Stream, browse overlays. Bruh, he's getting deported. Oh my goodness gracious, people. Okay, before we like get into this and there becomes like a whole out war, look, I'm just gonna let you guys know. I don't want you guys to start trouble. I want everyone to respect each other in the chat. That's all I'm gonna say, because I don't want this to become like a nasty environment where people can't talk in the chat. I just want to let you guys know that now, okay? So with that being clear, let's see if the channel opened already. I sadly think he will be deported as well. I mean, this whole thing has gone out of hand so quickly. Like, I really don't know what to say anymore about this. Hello from Melbourne, Australia. Please tell me you're at the courthouse watching this. Perfect. Okay. Now the chat's gone. That's awesome. Okay. Cobra, be nice, please. Look. Again, please be nice in the chat. I don't want this shit to get out of hand really quickly. Okay? That's not my goal. Nah, man, I'm at home. That would be funny. Imagine. I just wonder how this is going to be when the result comes in. Oh, no. Sindrillion, I'm not going to deal with this today. Sindrillion, this is like the worst time to start talking about that. We're not going to go there. Look, we're not going to go there, Sindrillion. I appreciate you coming into the chat and contributing, but this is not how it's going to go. Okay? Literally makes no sense. Okay, so I'm just going to preview what we're doing. So, and of course, oh my god. Sorry. Sorry. Sorry, you can hear me. Gotta lower that then. There we go. Facundo! How much expectation? Yes, thank you, Cobra. Appreciate it. Can you guys hear me now? Type 1 in the chat if you can hear me. Okay? I think you guys can hear me now. So let's just go with that. Okay, cool. Yeah, this is the link that we're going to be watching. So I'm not... So I'm going to turn that on when I know the stream's going to be on, okay? So we're just going to stick with that. Two. Francesco, damn it. Alright, let me... Okay. I think everyone in this chat is predicting that he will get deported. From everything that I'm seeing and reading, it looks like he will get deported. I learned something today that if he gets his visa rejected and deported, I think I read this somewhere, he will not be allowed to enter Australia for 3 years. Which baffling in my mind. It's quite baffling. Hoping he gets tossed. Facundo, yes, the like button. We always, if for new people that are in here, we try to get this video to 5 likes, then 10 likes, then 15 likes, and then maybe more if we have more people. But the Victorian state government may not let him even play, even if he can stay. You think, Conan? That would be insane. Like, yeah, we'll allow you to walk around and shit, but... Yeah, Cobra, that would hurt, right? That's crazy to me. That's actually crazy. I keep reloading this page. I feel like this website's gonna crash. based on the amount of people there. 3-year exclusionary period is correct. Thank you, Conan. So that is true. That's like huge ramifications. Big word for me right there. Couldn't you tell? But like, I think it would be more about they would let him play the Australian Open, but he would have to like be there just for those 2 weeks and get out. Like, he couldn't stay at all. Federal issue. If he is deported, he will have problems getting visas in most countries, as most visa application has. Have you ever... Oh, Sandrome. Interesting. Wow. Can you imagine? That would be nuts. That's right. You would have to disclose. Have you ever been deported from another country? I don't get it. Conan, I feel like no one in Australia likes Djokovic except for the vigil that's happening outside of his hotel room every 5 minutes. Like, okay. Hostility. Oh. Facundo trying to keep the peace. So, no years exclusionary is only if he decided to leave Oz before Monday. Christelle, would that mean if he gets detained another week, that would then be the issue, right? Hey, RC, how are you? Interesting. All right. I'm just going to refresh the entire page and see what happens. Yes, Michael, I think that's what we're discussing right now. If he does get kicked out, does he get kicked out of Australia for 3 years? I think that's what it means. Christelle in the chat said it's only exclusionary if he decided to leave Oz on Monday. But then again, the public can follow the live stream here. Come on, live stream. This thing is gonna crash. I guarantee it. Where's my computer? Let me see if I can. Ah! Smikatin, or however you pronounce your name. I'm gonna give you a warning for insulting others in the chat. Francesco, that's Facundo. Yes, absolutely. Francesco, someone wants, that's actually the best reference I've heard. That's actually the best reference I've heard. If it's your house, it's your rules. It's already Monday in Oz. I figured. What was the... Oswig, I'm not disagreeing with you. Let's like the video. Yes, Michael. Yes. Oswig, I don't disagree with you with him being one of the best players to ever step on court. I agree with you. And both sides have been very... Both sides of this story have been, excuse my language, but fucked. Seriously, this whole situation from both sides has been fucked. It's nothing like... Both sides have something to be responsible for. right? So why... Wonder why he's so anti-vax. That's what I'm wondering, too. Like, what's the real reason? Because that's also a part of it, is he didn't give some sufficient evidence to say, I can... Like, it's a joke. It's just a joke. I'm trying to look for the link so I can see if it's... Emotional damage. Here it is. Okay, so this is the government website. This is still... Gonna keep reloading the page. In their response to Djokovic, they literally said that no assurance of entry was ever made, nor is non-citizen entitled to any assurance at all. Yeah, but Bashashvili is a totally different thing. That's a totally different issue. He already had COVID. Yeah, but the way he had COVID was a joke. The way he had COVID was kind of... Martina Hingis was talented. It didn't mean she didn't take coke. Like, what? Also, the site, the live stream is crashing, by the way. Yeah, it's gonna ruin the entire tennis season, I think. That's gonna be the only headline. No, I agree. That's a very good point. But you still got the vaccine. That's my point. You don't like it, but you did it. What are we talking about then? This whole, dude, the site is crashed. The site has crashed. He's so healthy, all his things are ripped as fuck. That's pretty funny. Alright. Trying to read these documents that just came out about it too. Kane Miller, I think so. That was a part of it. That was a part of the reason why. Yeah, but if you're letting one unvaxxed person into the country, like, why does he get it? Because he plays tennis and he's an athlete? It's more about the whole ideal of one person's the same as the other, or, like, we treat people equally. I think that's what we're trying to say about that. Okay, see ya. That sounds like a good idea, dude. See ya. We're brainwashed. Okay. Bye. See you later. No, fire. The link's not opening for anyone. Trying to see if I can get it on multiple devices, and it's like... But the application, I just found it. His application for migration is still open. It hasn't been finalized. from what I've just found. So let me see if I can do this. No, that's not what I wanted. That's right, Michael. Well, you saw the whole thing about him. Okay, this is fine. Sorry. Every time I do this one. So it says virtual recorder 1 by web conference, which should be happening now. That's what it's saying. Let me see. Any bookmakers taking bets? Dear God, why? So that's the applications on file. And it looks like it's still happening. Does anyone have the time in Australia right now? What time is it in Australia? Thank you, Francesco. It's 10. Okay, so then it must have just started. Okay, click. Come on, work. Work, baby. Come on. I see that winning spiel. Winning spiel? Spinning wheel. How did I do that without realizing it? 1 second. It started at 10. It started, from what I'm seeing, the hearing's at 10, and it's 10:04 right now in Melbourne. So we're going to reload the page, and then we're going to click the secure link again. And I'm going to do the same thing over here. Let me see if I can get it. Trying to find it. It's loading, so I'm trying to figure it out. Yeah, I agree. Fire, that's a really good one. Winning. I don't want to hear it, Sandra. Then again, it's not. Fuck. Oh, this is what we did. Let's see. I'm still waiting for it to load. Like, it's definitely crashing. down. Yeah, I know. That's the hard part. It's now I'm like I was on the link, but I just decided to click out of it because I thought it was happening. But great, this is just dandy. All right, maybe Yannick, what's up, bud? Good to see you in the chat. Do you want to join my? Actually, hold on. Let me figure it out. Oh God. Yeah, but if he wins, that's the biggest issue, right? If he wins. I'm going to keep you guys updated with this federal law search too, because I feel like that will tell us as well if we can't get anything. It just says that it's still updating the federal law search live for what's happening. So it's gonna be interesting to see how this one turns out. And I appreciate everyone's opinions in the chat right now. Yeah, Alex, text me on WhatsApp. Alex, just text me on WhatsApp, and I'll send it to you. But right now, the whole damn server's done. So I'm just gonna click the link and wait for it to load. It's public knowledge. You guys can find it if you want and try to follow it with me. I'm just trying to make sure that. What's up, Alfred? Good to see you, bud. Long time no see. How we doing? It's amazing how tweeter heads. Thank you. Appreciate that. 3 years of no entry. Hey, TP. That would be ridiculous. Can you imagine if Novak isn't allowed to be in Australia for 3 years? Let's just resurface that subject. Because I just feel like it's going to be a joke. Thank you, Alfred, for correcting. So look, the migration court events, it just keeps updating. So the appeal is still happening. Outcome is undefined. So we're all trying to figure it out. So this is the link. If you guys want, I'm showing you guys the link. So it's not like it's not public knowledge. So it's right there if you guys want to find it. Yes, no. So, no. Temporary disruption. Yeah, because the servers crashed. Like, what do you... It's like trying to buy sneakers online and you're in line. You hear me clicking. So instead of you guys staring at a white screen, this is what you're gonna look at me in the chat. Wow, 10 likes. Wow, guys, thank you. Those of you that are just joining in, thank you again. We're trying to watch this whole Novak thing unfold. Nothing seems to be working because every server is crashing for the Australian government because everyone's so invested in this. I'm trying to get the stream up. It's temporary disruption, so everything's crashing left and right. Trying to get it back up. No, I'm not putting in that statement. Can you put the link in the chat? Serbia took down the link, Cobra. Oh, it will be harsher if you lose. You will not get into U.S. without special visa. You lose your right of visa-free entry once you have been removed from country. Oh, wow, Schmidt. I did not know that. My mic is phasing. Oh, thank you. Thank you to whoever. Thank you, Schmidt. Thank you, guys. Thank you for letting me know. Sorry about that. I've been trying to figure it out. Because everyone... Okay. Minator, it's because people know that he wants to be liked no matter what. And I think the Instagram live that he did over quarantine of 2020 said a lot. I really don't know what to tell you. Really opened everyone's eyes. Fuck, who writes this stuff in the chat? CIA shutting you down. Jesus. I think he's gonna get deported, guys. I genuinely think he's gonna get deported. It's gonna be sad, but it's gonna be very different. Is that public news cone, or is that just what's happening? I know, bro. I live here. Yeah, seriously, though. It's sad. It's just... he will 100% get deported. It's going to be weird. Everyone's screaming. And yeah, Stuart Fraser just tweeted out that this hasn't started. Andy Murray. For those of you that don't know Nigel Farage, he's in Novak's father's man cave, and he walks in and Andy Murray just tweets out, "Please record the awkward moment when you tell them you've spent most of your career campaigning to have people from Eastern Europe deported." Wow. That's kind of nuts. Ooh. Tweet. What is the tweet? Yeah, I think everyone's just trying to figure it out. Is Roger playing? What kind of question is that? Who? What? Not secure. Don't care. I don't care if it's unsecure. Allow. Ads block. Automatic. Yep. Ask. Okay, that sounds about good. Is Roger playing Lamau? I think it was just the Czech, what was her name? I forget her name. Oh, you guys didn't see me do all my settings. Okay, so this is... do Australians really not like Kyrgios as much as I think they do? Meeting hasn't started yet. They're still trying to figure out how the link is not working for everyone, even though he's ours. It's shocking that they don't like him, but I understand why. In the meanwhile, so many Serbian journalists are getting so many followers because they know everything. Customs agent. Can you imagine if Rafa and Roger had something like that in place just to make him not win 21? Wait, hold on. I don't even know if it's going to be copyright. That's a good point. SMG, is it Game to Love? Because I know they're doing this as well. It was Clarence. It was supposed to start soon. Schmidt, if you want, you can post the link. Larry. It's fascinating to me that every fan, the way I've seen it, the way people react to him, like outside his hotel, hey Luke, it just seems like they think he's dead. Right? The way people are acting think that he's just in prison. Joshua, what are you talking about? Oh, that's just the camera. Don't worry. Vaccination. God. Oh, God. I'm going to keep trying to reload this page while it happens. Information just keeps pouring in about it. Are the photos real though of the food that's been coming out that he's been eating? Well, he's gluten free, so he's getting. So from what I understood, from what he got from the hotel, from what he got, that he was able to get gluten free meals delivered. He did get exercise equipment, but he wasn't allowed to leave his hotel. That's what's been reported and what I've been finding out. Larry, I saw that too. What was his name? Antonio, it hasn't started yet. We're still trying to figure out how the Australian government can create better servers for everyone to figure out what's going on in this mess. Hearing starts at 10. Yeah, it still hasn't started. Everything's been... That's what I mean. It's like... He's not in prison. He just... From the laws of the Australian government, update from the court, the hearing hasn't started yet, and they are aware of the tech issues and are onto it. Thank you to Brennan Marshall for tweeting this. Karen Sweeney said an update from the court, the hearing hasn't started yet, and they are aware of the tech issues and are fixing it. Okay, so they are fixing this. They are fixing the technical issues, but I think everyone's going to be on the edge of their seat for this until it starts. So I'm providing the updates for you guys. Everything is happening. It's going to be very interesting to watch. It's going to be very interesting to watch. But please stick around. Let's keep talking about this. I want to know your guys' opinion. There's a lot of different opinions out there, so I'd love to hear them all. Just please be respectful of other people in the chat. Don't just go after people and swear at them, yell at them, wish them harm. Please, this is not the place for it. Please. So just be nice in the chat. Thank you, Nicola. not the best way to win your title. Jesus, defend your title. It's probably true. What time does the audience start? It starts... Hopefully it starts soon. If you guys follow me on Twitter, I just tweeted out the link. The link to my Twitter is down in the description below if you guys want to find it. I just retweeted the link. What is going on in my house? Nothing has started. Nothing is loading. Got my booster today, so my arm fucking hurts. That's not detention. That's true. Michael does have a point, guys. He has a right to leave, but he doesn't. If he doesn't leave on Monday, he's fucked. It's not like he has any other option. You're right. He really fucking doesn't. No, we don't need that. We don't need that. Maybe we need that. Definitely need that. Trying to reload everything too. Yes, I had the jab. We're not going to get into it. Relax. Can you imagine if he does play? Can you imagine everyone booing him? Someone yelled out "Go Novak" during an Anisimova match, and everyone shushed him and booed him. Like, if he does play Australia, which it seems like a possibility, you never really know how this is gonna work. But like, can you imagine if he does? Like, how is this gonna happen? They will make an exception if he's an athlete because they'll monitor to make sure that he doesn't leave his hotel room, I guess. It's just shocking at this point. Just got my 15th dose. Very divisive issue. Very divisive. Can you imagine? Michael, it'd be funny if you won an Australian Open. What the fuck? Saying that if Kyrgios played or if Novak played. Okay, it's working now. Just gonna minimize that. I'll be a hungry beast, but would people really accept him if he did? If he played, do you think people would really accept him? It's a fair question. Larry, I'm not having that today. Schmidt, interesting. Yeah, but he doesn't want to leave. I think that's the biggest issue here. He doesn't want to leave. He doesn't want to, like, not play the Australian Open, and that's why he's appealing this entire fucking process. Zoran, relax. Not dealing with it. Dark Knight, that's also a very good statement. I feel like it's been like a running thing for him, which is sad to say, but it's also very true. Sorry if I'm getting too loud. I'm right next to my microphone. This is like... That's like the whole situation and how you hear that. Why would they accept them? Interesting. Then he's free to leave upon available flight. Same difference. And Michael, that's not a bad point. Jesus, it's just a nightmare. It's an oh. Nicola, I agree. Because someone was saying earlier that if he enters a country, he has to specify if he's been kicked out of a country or if he's been deported. Someone says that they filed an affidavit. I don't know what that means. So the parties are discussing something before it actually starts. Wow. No, I don't think so, Dark Knight. Because some people here aren't vaccinated. I saw someone today during my booster that got their vaccination for the first time today. People aren't vaxxed. And some people are proud of that. So I think they would have an exception for him in New York. As much as I hate to fucking say that. Okay, it's just a sworn declaration. Interesting. This is exactly what it's being talked about in Serbian media, that you decide to leave the country without filing a complaint. You cannot travel to a large number of countries. Interesting. Nikola, what else has the Serbian media said? I would love to find that out, to be honest. Vic, if we're talking about ticket sales, maybe. Nikola, it hasn't started yet. Other Nikola. Hasn't started yet. They're still figuring it out with the stream and everything. So we're all kind of just anticipating. So true. Has anyone else noticed that the ATP has not said a fucking word? How weird is that? Is that weird or is that just me? Like, the ATP hasn't said a thing. PTPA came out with something, but it was just, I think, backing Novak in his decision. What? You know, he could also not come here. Yeah, that's also an option. I just think it's kind of ridiculous. Site can't be reached. My butthole. Reload. I'm going to TweetDeck for this shit because everything's moving so fast. TP, you've literally missed nothing. Nothing's going on. Someone just tweeted out Gaspar Ribeiro Lanza. He's the tennis journalist for Racquet.com and digital for Estoril Open. He just tweeted out, he's verified and has 4,000 followers. Djokovic's hearing is running late due to technical problems. When it starts, it will be with Djokovic's lawyers presenting their submissions. Then the Australian government will present its submissions. The scheduled time for this is 3 p.m. That's in 4 hours. Dear Christ. Really? Really? Come on. There's no way. I know, that's what I'm saying. What new world order? Is that guy okay? See if the list of orders has changed. Okay, that's it. That's all I got right now in terms of information. No, I'm still figuring it out, guys. I'm still figuring it out. There's a lot of information coming in. I think so, too. As much as I hate to say that, the longer it takes, the longer it might appeal to Novak. I hate to say it.
It's interesting because you obviously got to see the letter.
This is quite crazy. Yannick, are you still in here? You want to join me on Discord? I really don't know what to do. All right, update. Here we go. The hearing has started. The tech issues are continuing, and they're still trying to rectify them. My understanding is nobody outside the actual court hearing link can see what's going on. No! No! That's not what I want! No! dropped the Discord link. Is my Discord link in here? Let's see. I know my Discord. Hold on. Hold on. Give me 1 second. Okay. This is what we're gonna do. This is what I'm gonna do. Besides saying that, this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. All right, this is what we're gonna do, people. This is what we're gonna do. I'm gonna drop the link to my Discord in here. And one at a time, I will add people to give your opinion on this. Does that sound good? I feel like this is the worst decision I've ever made, but I want to get your opinions. So, this is what's going to happen. So, edit channel, permissions, private channel. Okay. Okay. It's not a legal defense. Okay. Yeah. Guys, I think it's happening. No, I know I'm muted. Nice. Let's see, does this work? So the stream, I think, is working. Let me see if it's working. No, that's not what I wanted. Okay, this is, I'm gonna, there's so much going on. Fair enough. Okay, this is what's gonna happen. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna drop the Discord link in the chat. All right. If you want to join and talk about it, feel free. All right. Nothing has changed there. Temporary disruption. The link is not up, you liar. Thank you to those who have joined my Discord channel. Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. Give you a spoon. I think it'll be easier.
Perfect. Shout out to SMG for this. Give me 1 second, guys. Here it is. No, I do have audio. Ooh. Hold on. Can you hear it now? Can you hear it? Fuck. Just gonna let you guys know that SMG is the actual GOAT. Ah! Schmidt, is that a bad thing? Schmidt, is that a bad thing? I have desktop audio right here. I'm trying to figure it out, guys.
The opportunity using this tick-the-box mechanism which is provided to engage or indicate that the delegate regarded paragraph 1161D
Can you hear that?
is clearly not being addressed, and by extension, or perhaps relatedly, nothing
Can you guys hear that?
in any of the extensive grounds provided throughout Regulation 2.431, and as importantly perhaps, nothing is provided
Perfect,
in
thank you.
relation to another ground which is given the umbrella description other.
Correct.
You see that?
Yes.
So if there was some other ground, that other ground is not being relied upon. The only ground, therefore, the boundaries of this universe, as set by the delegate, lie solely within the ambit of paragraph 1161E, Roman 1, and nothing else.
Correct.
That's as loud as you're going to get it, guys. I'm sorry.
Can I make two observations now about Part 8? This is the section 119 notice.
Yes.
First of all, and this is relevant to ground 1A, where the form says on page 37, include the specifics, particulars of the ground and the information because of which the ground appears to exist. It takes the reader to attachment A.
Yes, it does.
The final paragraph of attachment A expresses a purported state of satisfaction that a ground exists, being that the minister may cancel a visa if he or she is satisfied that if its holder has not entered Australia or has so entered but has not been immigration cleared, it would be, quote, liable to be cancelled under 1161E1. That is a mashup, Your Honour, of paragraph D and E. It does not represent a ground that exists in the Act. It is not a typo, Your Honour. It is more than a typo. It's a confusing blend of two distinct grounds of cancellation. And
Textually, Mr. Wood, when one looks at each of paragraphs 1161A, AA, B, C, D, E, Roman 1, Roman 2,
Perfect.
F, and FA, Roman 1 and 2, and G, it is beyond argument, it seems, that these are disjunctive grounds at the end of every single one of them. Or. So A or B or C and so forth. And that is why I asked you the question that the only ground...
Schmidt, it's in a general.
1161E, Roman 1.
Correct.
Nothing else.
Correct. And the problem, Your Honour, which is ground 1A, it's a very short point. The problem, though, is that even though the delegate identifies 1161E1, the delegate then expresses the ground in the final sentence of attachment A in terms that do not reflect the Act. It therefore follows, Your Honour, and this is the shortest point of the case and the most legally technical, if you like, that bearing in mind the proposition from Ahmed, which I took the court, there hasn't been a compliant notice issued and the power to cancel simply does not arise. That's all I wish to say about ground 1A. The same point emerges when in 1B in a different location. It emerges in Part B of the decision record, where, I'm looking at page 45 of the affidavit now, Your Honour, in exactly the same way, in point 7 on page 45, the final paragraph, the delegate says, based on the above information, I'm satisfied that there are grounds to consider cancelling and so forth. The ground is that the minister may cancel if he or she is satisfied that, and then enters the mashup language again of D and E, a ground that doesn't exist. So
Can I try and unravel this by reference to what you've said in relation to Ahmed? Working backwards, and please correct me if I've misapprehended this.
Ooh.
Working back from paragraph 1161E, Roman 1, that is a freestanding basis upon satisfaction of the subjective jurisdictional fact you've referred to for cancellation. But as I've understood the submission, if and this may be inaccurate, but if paragraph 1161D or a related or similar provision was to be engaged, there needed to be notification, and that didn't occur.
Correct. So, Your Honour, the way I put it is this assists. The point, ground 1A, the point is the notice was defective.
Yes.
Ground 1B is, moreover, in any event, in light of 116 of the Act, the Minister can only cancel a visa if she is satisfied of a relevant ground. And the only expression of the state of satisfaction in this document, in Part B, decision part of the document, not the notice part of the document, is the final paragraph, point 7, page 45, and the delegate expresses a state of satisfaction that a certain ground exists, but the expression of that ground is a mashup of D and E. And so we don't have the requisite state of satisfaction, therefore, similarly, to enliven the power. So it's fundamentally the same point. It emerges at 119, notice is bad. It emerges in the same way at the 116 end, because the state of satisfaction that's necessary in order for the power to be enlivened doesn't exist.
So can I stop you then, Mr. Wood? I know that you've said more than once that it's a short legal point, but if this is a proper construction of the provisions having regard to the narrow way in which the delegate has acted, the case would collapse at this point.
Correct.
Now, the next point that I need your assistance with is this. It's all well and good to describe something as a short, narrow legal point, but your submissions identify squarely the significant reputational, financial and professional implications, in this case, for your client, but similar implications could arise for anybody who was a person that held a valid visa on entry and who sought to pass through immigration clearance with all of the documents considered to be necessary. What I'm leading you to and asking for your assistance about is this: whether or not it is a sufficient description of this ground as being short, narrow, legal. On a view, it would seem that the importance of the notice, and then in turn the importance of the invitation, and then in turn the importance of the opportunity to respond to the invitation, and ultimately the importance of the obligation to give considered and reflected evaluation of whether or not to cancel a visa serves to magnify rather than dilute the
Discord links in the chat
of this short legal point.
I agree, Your Honour. My description of it as short represents only the simplicity of the argument. It is not intended to dilute the significance of this process in the Act, the need for a notice of the kind that 119 describes, the vital function that that notice performs, and the obvious need for the Minister or the delegate to form the precise state of mind that is necessary in order that there be power to cancel the visa of my client, Mr. Djokovic, or any other client, or any other person in a circumstance similar to which he faced on arrival at an airport.
Thank you.
Can I move now then to grounds 1C and 1D? Where they fit, Your Honour, into the picture is that both grounds 1C and 1D are concerned with quite particular complaints that we make about the purported formation by the delegate of the state of satisfaction that the relevant ground exists.
This judge sounds like he just doesn't want Novak to be in the country from the start of it.
And so I'll treat the ground here as being 1161E1, properly understood, risk to the community and the like. Can I take Your Honour back now to the what I call the decision record? So we've now moved beyond Part A and we're looking at the
Yes.
record of decision whether to cancel a visa. First of all, just to be
That was
clear,
just
and
part
I'm
A.
sure that
Holy
everyone's
shit.
picked up how this document works structurally, but I'll make a few points just so we're quite clear about it. So on page 43, the right-hand column, it says grounds for cancellation provide a summary of why the visa holder considers grounds for cancellation do or do not exist. So this is a box where the delegate records in summary form what Mr. Djokovic had said as relevant to whether the ground exists, not the discretion, the ground. In other words, whether there is or may be a risk to the health of the community and so forth.
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood, which item in Part B are you referring to?
It doesn't have a clear item.
Finally
It's the
done with my
right-hand
pasta.
column of
Yeah.
page 43.
God.
In unbolded text, it says ground for cancellation. Underneath that, it says provide a summary of why the visa holder considers the grounds for cancellation do or do not
Look,
exist.
Mr. Wood, I'm sorry to stop you about this, but you know that over the course of the weekend, the court's been concerned to try to unravel and obtain an accurate and complete copy of this notice and its various parts. You need, unfortunately, to work from an assumption that I'm looking at what I consider to be the most easily understandable version of this document. And in Part B, if you just work for my purposes, my page is numbered 34, don't worry about that. But on Part B, on that page, items 1 through 5 exist, and then in the right column, you've got grounds for cancellation, and then you go over the page and you see item 6, and then the right column, item 7, and so forth. So the most natural way to read this document is to read down the left column, go back to the top of the right-hand column and down and so forth, and that would mean that the grounds for cancellation considered by the visa holder for not cancelling the visa are those set out in that column.
If you would permit, I'd put it slightly differently to try to be quite clear about this so that we don't misunderstand each other, Your Honour.
Thank you.
In that column is the delegate summarising what the delegate thought Mr. Djokovic was saying.
Exactly.
That's why the ground doesn't exist.
That's exactly right.
Yes, thank you. Then if we turn the page, so we move past the fine print with the extracts of legislation, we turn the page, we get to point 6.
Yes.
The delegate records a state of satisfaction that a ground exists, 1161E1. Then we get to the most significant part of this document relevant to this ground. That is point 7.
Yes.
It says, and this is important, Your Honour,
Who's this guy?
details of the evidence and
Who the fuck was that guy?
about why the delegate is
What the hell was that?
grounds for cancellation do exist. So effectively, Your Honour, the pre-printed form asks the delegate to set out the reasons, or more precisely, the evidence, details of the evidence and findings. I'll say something in a moment about the utter paucity of evidence that is set out therein. Of course, it always remained open to the delegate to go beyond the box, to include an annexure. That's the very thing that was done, Your Honour, obviously in Part A of the document with annexure A. It was not done here, but it may well be that annexure B is an effective expression of the same content of point 7. Now, can I invite Your Honour to observe a couple of things about point 7? I start with this proposition. The final paragraph of point 7 says, based on the above information,
As it, in the sense of a Venn diagram treat, that final sentence
open.
or paragraph, based on the above information, I am satisfied.
Everyone has
As
to mute
meaning-
their mics though.
Based on
Tony,
only that information and
shut
nothing
it off.
else.
all and only.
Everyone
That's
has to
right.
mute their
Thank
mic.
And the significance of the all, Your Honour, and we've referred, I won't take Your Honour to it, but we've referred in our written submissions to a full court decision called ARG15. It's term 6, I won't take Your Honour to it, but Your Honour may read paragraph 73 and 74
Tony,
in due course.
I will kick you from this Discord.
A similar expression at the back end of the reasons provided by the tribunal in that case, and the full court said that means necessarily that, or it expressed as a matter of evidence, that the matters that have been
anyone that joins this Discord server
gave rise to the state of satisfaction
has to mute their microphone, or I will kick you.
Any of the
do not ruin it for everyone.
In terms of the reasoning,
please
infect the ultimate conclusion, and one can't, if you like, try to artificially separate out strands and say, well, that bit in the paragraph above, there's no
Milan, I can't.
statement, and so therefore somehow the decision was sound, the state of satisfaction was lawfully formed. Can I say something else about the structure of point 7, Your Honour? Paragraph 1 of point 7 really doesn't summarise reasoning. It records things, summarises things that Mr. Djokovic said during the interview. Then we go to paragraph 2, starting under the Biosecurity Act 2015. This is where things get interesting.
Shut your mouth.
Under the Biosecurity Act, there are requirements for entry into Australian territory. These requirements include that international travellers make a declaration as to their vaccination status, vaccinated, unvaccinated, or medically indicated.
Yes.
And travellers may make a declaration they have medical contraindication. That's been one of the 3 options, obviously. And then, and I underline, must provide evidence of that medical contraindication provided by their medical practitioner. If that was intended to be the expression of what Section 5, Sub 3 of the relevant biosecurity determination, is patently false. Section 5, Sub 2, read with Sub 3 of the determination made under the Biosecurity Act, simply requires a declaration of which of the 3 categories the traveller is in. It does not require the traveller to provide evidence of those matters. 3B Roman 2 of the Biosecurity Determination simply says that this version of the declaration is the individual declares they've got a medical contraindication to COVID-19 vaccines and I quote, can produce evidence provided by a medical practitioner of that matter. The reason why this is important, Your Honour, is this. Can I take Your Honour back to Annexure A, which was part of Section 119 notice. So Attachment A, Your Honour, the next page, which was really part of Attachment A, was what is entitled the Biosecurity Act 2015 reference.
Yes, indeed.
That's a misnomer, but we don't take anything from that criticism. It's not a reference from the Biosecurity Act. It's a reference from the Biosecurity Entry Requirements, Human Coronavirus with Pandemic Potential Determination 2021. The relevant point is that the only bit of that determination that is extracted there is an extract from Section 5, Sub 3 of the determination. That, in other words, is the part of the determination that, read with Sub 2, requires a declaration of status, in effect. And that declaration of status was made. Mr. Djokovic made a declaration that he had a medical contraindication. He was not required, as part of that declaration, to provide evidence, even though, as a matter of fact, he did. So
Mr. Wood, at some stage, you may wish to make some submissions expanding upon the questions of construction or the proper approach to construction of these sorts of determinations. Both counsel have addressed in broad compass, on a reasonable assumption, settled principles respecting the proper construction of.
Before I do anything else, thank you guys for tuning in. I really do appreciate it. Let me know what you think of this whole situation down in the comments below. Sorry I can't make the volume better. If you want to follow it along and listen to it more, there's a link in the Discord. Make sure to go follow it. Please join. Everyone else is in there. That's where you see this left, all these people on the left. Sib, shush. I will mute you, and we're doing it live. Mute. If you are in this Discord, please make sure you do mute yourself. We are live, so shout out to SMG who's sharing this with everyone. If you haven't, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button. I'm going to shut up now.
The authorities contain some suggestion that choose workplace regulations. They're to be understood by the people on the shop floor. Contrastingly, you've got a determination which finds its genesis in a Biosecurity Act. And it just preoccupied me a little because your primary submission is that there is no relevant requirement. And you put that challenge front and centre at the feet of the respondent. And part of this that is perhaps of assistance in trying to think it through is perhaps through section 499 of the Act, with which you're all well familiar, but in terms, the Migration Act confers power for the Minister to give written directions.
Okay. Written directions.
And you see that all the time. Every week, people come in and my attention
it's
is
up
drawn to
in the
these
chat. You have to go look for it.
documents, TAM, and I think IMMI documents, and paragraph subsection, 499(2)A, effectively provides expressly that a person or a body must comply with the direction under subsection 1.
And he has not complied.
Now, I know that
That's
this
the
is
thing.
a point that lies sort of in parallel or in tandem with your threshold issue, but one way of reflecting on this problem that's arisen in this case is the well-worn idea that if the Parliament, as it's often said, had wanted something to be a requirement, it would have said so. If there was to be regulation saying you must do X, the regulation would say so. Now, these biosecurity determinations have some sort of status here, but they don't have the status of 499 type direction. Have I got that much right?
Can I make a few responses, Your Honour? For a start...
Is he right, yes or no? Is he right, yes or no?
I understand when Your Honour refers to 499 of the Migration Act, Your Honour might do that by way of useful analogy in terms of an appreciation of the type of approach one takes to instruments or directions issued under 499. Of course, nothing's been issued under 499 that matters here. Okay.
I agree.
Yes. The second point I would make is that the instrument issued under the Biosecurity Act, so this is the Biosecurity Determination, carries criminal consequences for breach. That flows from section 46 of the Biosecurity Act itself. And I'll just read it out. Your Honour may not have it before you. So,
Can you give me a minute, please?
Oh, give him a fucking minute.
Please go on.
So section 46 sub 1, Your Honour, of the Biosecurity Act
Yes.
says an individual to whom a requirement determined under section 44 brackets entry requirements applies must comply. Civil penalty and so forth.
Yes.
The biosecurity determination that we're concerned with, Your Honour, was made under section 44 of the Act. So as a starting proposition, one would construe it in accordance with the usual principles strictly. In any event, one would expect quite clear expression of exactly what is required and what is not.
Well, again, the force of that submission wouldn't it be magnified by the express provision of civil penalties, which perhaps someone like Mr. Hodgson might immediately. I'm now having real.
Echo, Your Honour.
Oh, don't kiss his ass. Don't kiss his ass.
It might have been the point that penalty units were not a very large amount, but 30 penalty units for a contravention of this type of requirement would again magnify.
No worries, Eleonora.
the
Make sure to hit that
importance
subscribe
of
button too.
strict compliance.
Absolutely. Now, can I make my third point in response to Your Honour's question?
No, you
Sorry,
can't.
there's
Shut the
half the
fuck
time.
up.
No. I just signalled the outset, Your Honour. I absolutely appreciate the time limits Your Honour has imposed. I do want to assist you with answering questions. It only helps my client, and it can only help Your Honour. If I feel I want to ask for an extension at the end of my submissions, I may do so, but we'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Yes, and it won't be a bridge you need worry about until about 1:45 p.m.
Thank you very much, Your Honour. So can I explain this, Your Honour? Can we come back to Section 5 of the biosecurity determination?
Yes.
Can Your Honour look at subsection 2? Recalling that the extract given in the notice under 119 was of subsection 3, which intersects with subsection 2, right? Now look at subsection 2. It says the individual must be able to produce to a relevant official evidence that before the individual boarded the aircraft, right? So this is in Dubai.
To the shouter. Fuck you, dude.
Before Mr. Djokovic boarded that aircraft, he made a written statement that included a declaration mentioned in sub 3. Then you go to sub 3. And that requirement of the content of the declaration is effectively a declaration as to whether or not the traveller fits in within category A, category B, or category C. And that declaration was made. And Mr. Djokovic said, I fit into category B. I have a medical contraindication.
But what's his medical contraindication?
Vaccines. The point that is of
What is it?
relevance to round 1D, which is simple, and for myself, I cannot understand how it can be answered, is that B2 says,
Veteran, shut up.
says the individual can produce evidence provided by a medical practitioner. It is plainly not required at this stage of the process. In other words, while the traveller, before the traveller has boarded the aircraft, to produce the evidence, he simply has to declare that he can do so.
Again,
now,
pausing there, Mr. Wood, when we get to about 4 a.m. and travel through to about 6:30 a.m. on the morning of last Thursday, the transcript is replete with statements by Mr. Djokovic saying, if you will let me talk to people, although you've taken my phone from me, I will try and get you what you want.
Indeed, Your Honour. Beyond that, in a sense, there's a degree of artificiality or mootness to this whole discussion, because not only was Mr. Djokovic doing his level best to provide to the officer at Tullamarine everything that he wanted, and did indeed provide material to that officer, but Mr. Djokovic, I'll come to this in due course,
Sure.
did indeed provide that material, that evidence from medical practitioners before
Thank
he
you, Schmidt.
boarded the aircraft. Now, but park that for a moment. I just want to be as clear as I can about the point we're trying to make here on it. Now, if we can go back to the biosecurity determination, we've talked about sub 2 and sub 3. Can I take you on it to sub 7?
Yes.
A distinct requirement. It says, if a relevant official asks the individual to do so, the individual must produce, and then go here relevantly to
I think
B.
they're taking notes,
If the
Cobra.
declaration included the individual statement was of the kind mentioned in 3D, which is the case here, the evidence mentioned in subparagraph 3B2. So it's a very clear and distinct process. You make
BRB.
the declaration before you board the aircraft. You say, I declare my status, I'm vaccinated, medical contraindication, and you declare that you can produce the evidence. Later, only if you're asked, under sub 7, do you have to provide the evidence. Now, the point that matters here, Your Honour, is come back to attachment A, recall the function of the section 119 notice, of which attachment A was part. Your Honour will recall that under the Act, and the cases are crystal clear about this, the decision maker in advance of making the decision must provide particulars of the grounds. The only relevant particular that was provided here, so far as it relates to the biosecurity determination, was section 5 sub 3, not sub 7. So So Mr. Djokovic was never even notified, as he would patently be required if indeed later the decision maker was to decide that there was a ground flowing from something else. But he was never notified under the 119 notice that he had breached sub 7 by failing to, quote, produce evidence relating to his declaration on request.
Francesco, what did I miss?
He was only ever notified of a particular of the proposed ground of cancellation, implicitly that he had not complied with section 5 sub 3. But that obligation was only to make a declaration, not to provide evidence.
I understand.
Thank you. So, Your Honour would probably appreciate, therefore, why this, yet again, not to undercut its significance, but legally is a very simple point. Let's come back to Part B of the decision record, which sets out the reasons, or more precisely, details of the evidence and findings. We were looking at paragraph 2, and I make the
Leonel,
point
you do that one more
the
time. I'm
middle sentence
putting you in timeout.
in context has to be read in light of the section 119 notice that cited only section 5 sub 3 and not section 5 sub 7. Can only be understood in context as suggesting that the declaration that is required to be given under sub 3 must be accompanied by evidence of medical contraindication, manifestly incorrect at law. Now, beyond that, Your Honour, skip over the next, the remainder of that paragraph, and skip over the next one for a moment, and come to the fourth paragraph that says, all visa holders, whether permanent or temporary, are expected to abide by all public health directives issued by both Commonwealth and state and territory jurisdictions. A breach of these directions is considered a potential risk to the health.
Nothing I can do about the stream.
A breach.
Sorry,
Should I proceed, Your Honour?
No, you should not. The court will adjourn briefly.
Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia stands temporarily adjourned.
Okay. All right. So, let's be clear here. What's happening? This is insane what's happening, first of all. This is absolutely crazy. I also want to... I don't know what's being said right now, but it's creepy. But I want to, like... Oh. We're back.
Family Court of Australia is now in session, recalling the matter of Novak Djokovic, the Minister for Home Affairs, for hearing.
Please continue, Mr. Wood.
Thank you, Your Honour. We were looking at paragraph 4 of point 7, and I read it out, Your Honour. The substance of it is, it says, all visa holders expected to comply with public health directives issued by various jurisdictions. A breach is considered a potential risk to the health, safety, or good order of the Australian community. That paragraph can only sensibly have been included in this part of the document, which invites, quote, details of the evidence and findings about why the delegate is satisfied the grounds exist, particularly in light of the statement in the final paragraph, based on the above information I am satisfied. It can only sensibly be understood as forming part of the delegate's reasons for why Mr. Djokovic was considered to be a potential risk for the health, safety, or good order of the Australian community. The only legislative provision that might be capable of being characterised as a public health directive issued by any of the relevant governments is that which was identified in the section 119 notice, and that is section 5 sub 3. It is manifestly not the case that Mr. Djokovic breached section 5 sub 3 of the biosecurity determination, and any conclusion to the contrary is clearly erroneous. What Mr. Tran and Ms. Wooden submit, Your Honour, is that one is to, in effect, generously read point 7 and assume that what the delegate is speaking of is section 5 sub 7. That submission cannot be accepted for two obvious reasons. Number one, as I've been at some pains to try to explain, section 5 sub 7 was not particularised as a basis upon which the ground for cancellation existed in the section 119 notice. So if it is now sought to be reconstructed as, in effect, what the delegate meant, then one would have the clearest...
Also, moving forward, I'm going to make the stream in the voice channel private. I'm going to have a mod letting people in slowly, okay?
...which require particulars of the basis upon which the delegate appeared to think the ground existed. Just Q and D.
Oh, and everything.
Bannister affidavit number 4 in the body of it records, and I won't bore you on it by going through all of the email chains, but in substance records the fact that Ms. Bannister continually asked AGS, I'm not critical of AGS, but we kept making requests as soon as this situation emerged on the early hours of Thursday morning for the material before the decision maker, and what was on the record of the department. What ultimately came back relevantly to this point is the document at page 35 of the affidavit.
Yes.
It has the heading ATD for Novak Djokovic.
Oh, here's TK. We're in.
Can I ask whoever is on
Who's
screen
that
to make
guy?
sure they mute themselves? There is every importance that the only people who should be online with their microphones are those who are making submissions to the court. Any other behaviour by any person who
People
may
are
be
trying to
wishing
hack
to
into
watch
this.
live will produce a very real risk that the bandwidth available for this hearing will be overwhelmed and the hearing will be interrupted, and that is utterly unacceptable.
Oh shit.
Please continue.
Whoever's trying to hack
So
into
if
this
you're on
shit,
page
please
35,
don't.
You'll see that document is headed ATD, which can be taken as meaning Australian Travel Declaration.
Yes.
For Novak Djokovic. This is the document that was completed by Mr. Djokovic or his agent before his arrival in Australia. It was the form prepared by the government to facilitate compliance with Section 5, Sub 3 of the Biosecurity Determination. If we turn the page to page 36, you'll see question 9. It says, please provide your vaccination status, and therefore a series of boxes are provided, yes or no, that enable a traveller to comply with the requirement in Section 5.3 by making the requisite declaration. And Your Honour will see 9.1.1, again part of the form, says, I declare I cannot be vaccinated for medical reasons. I'll come back to this document in relation to it at a later ground, but for present purposes, Your Honour will see that the box yes is ticked. The declaration, therefore, is made. Moreover, 9.1.1.1 says upload proof that you are unable to be vaccinated for medical reasons. And indeed, as I'll seek to demonstrate to Your Honour later, that proof was indeed uploaded. What was uploaded was the medical exemption document that had come from the Chief Medical Officer of Tennis Australia that recorded...
Can I ask you to pause here, because it's a matter that has really preoccupied me. The status attaching to this medical exemption The applicant in this case, as with perhaps the vast majority of persons who may be seeking Mr. Wood to
Sorry,
enter with a valid travel permit, together with, if it was the fact, a medical exemption rather than a vaccination, can be assumed not to be a specialist medical practitioner. But the whole structure of these contemplated arrangements is that one would go elsewhere to a medical practitioner to obtain the exemption. It would be, you'd think, absurd that a person could issue the medical exemption for themselves. And by extension, the evidence in this case serves to underline what seems a relatively significant fact, particularly in the context of cancellation of a visa once a person has arrived, that here a professor and an eminently qualified physician have produced and provided to the applicant a medical exemption. Now, further to that, that medical exemption and the basis on which it was given was separately given by a further independent expert specialist panel established by the Victorian State Government. And that document was in the hands of the delegate. And the point I'm somewhat agitated about is what more could this man have done?
I agree on that, Vic. And I make a global observation about what happened at the interview. I won't go into detail for a moment, but I will in due course. What emerges with utmost clarity from a review of the transcript of the interviews that Mr. Djokovic was subjected to at the airport, combined with his own affidavit describing interactions with officers when the tape was off, was a repeated appeal to the officers with which he was dealing that, to his understanding, uncontradicted, he had done absolutely everything that he understood was required in order for him to enter Australia. He had engaged with Tennis Australia. They had facilitated, or that they had received his application for an exemption. That application for an exemption had been assessed by that eminent, the eminent members of the two panels to which Your Honour has referred. A document that is of great significance to another ground that I'm going to come to in a moment, Your Honour, is not only that, but observe the moment that this is the declaration being made under Section 5.3. Observe that he did, so this is before boarding the aircraft, attach evidence in support of the declaration that he made, being the medical exemption certificate, which one sees on the very next page, page 37, you see at the top, medical exemption certificate attached. So this is the document that was uploaded with his declaration, and therefore, in advance, Mr. Djokovic provided the evidence that any evidence that might have been required, even though Section 5.3 did not require it to be done at that point in time. And it said what it said. So I will come in due course to a later document that was issued by the federal government, which is of great significance to another ground. But just so Your Honour can see where this fits into the context.
That's what I'll... Nah.
Response to the declaration made here and the attached medical exemption certificate, that his declaration had been, quote, assessed, and that document.
Give me 1 second, guys. Sorry. Give me 1 second. Hold on, this is an important part.
The assessment of the travel permit or declaration is only an assessment by a federal body.
Correct. Can I take you on to that document? Because I think it assists in light of what we've been discussing. So can I take you on to the assessment? We've looked at the actual declaration made, which is relevant.
Make sure you get it on the transcript for the page and reference, please.
Yes. Can I take you on now to the first Bannister affidavit? That's where I want to find the assessment document. And it is Annexure G to the affidavit of Natalie Bannister made on the 6th of January.
Thank you very much.
Now, Your Honour will see there is large
I
bold
agree,
text
Conan.
with the Commonwealth crest. It says Australian Government, underline, Department of Home Affairs. Then says Dear Redacted. We have received your Australia Travel Declaration, in other words, ATD, as referred to in the previous document that we were looking at, on 1 January 2022 at a certain
Give me a
time.
second.
Then it says status, bold. Then it says bold type. Your Australia Travel Declaration has been
Give me 1 second.
assessed. Underneath that, it says
There we
in
go.
non-bold, your responses indicate that you meet the requirements for a quarantine-free arrival into Australia where permitted by the jurisdiction of your arrival, referring relevantly there here to Victoria. No problem with Victoria.
Trying to figure this out, guys.
So,
Sorry.
take a step back. Mr. Djokovic has made the declaration required under Section 5.3. He's provided evidence in support of that declaration, even though it wasn't required by the instrument at that point in time. Then what happens is, after making that declaration, he or his agent receives from the Department of Home Affairs, being the department that assists the respondent to this proceeding, a document that says your Australia Travel Declaration has been assessed, and your responses must necessarily include the evidence that he uploaded in support of that declaration, being the medical exemption certificate from the CMO of Tennis Australia that referred to the eminent medical practitioners and recorded what it recorded. Your responses indicate you meet the requirements for quarantine-free travel. Now, what is someone in Mr. Djokovic's position supposed to understand? Any reasonable person would understand.
Noel, can you get rid of that,
that he
spam?
had ticked absolutely every box. Now, all of this, Your Honour, to put it in context, is highly relevant to the grounds that we advance about the exercise or purported exercise of discretion, if indeed a discretion was enlivened here by the delegate to cancel his visa. Let me just put it in a summary so everyone understands the point. Even if the 119 notice was valid, it wasn't. Even if it was open to the delegate to be lawfully satisfied that Mr. Djokovic is or may be or would or might be a risk to the health of the Australian community, that then opened up a broad spectrum of discretion about whether or not, notwithstanding the state of satisfaction, the visa should in fact be cancelled. And what Your Honour was putting to me a moment ago is that the overwhelming impression
No
that
way,
is formed
RC.
on reading the transcript is that Mr. Djokovic in the early hours of Thursday morning was continually saying, I'm utterly confused in substance. I've done everything that's been asked from me.
Thank you.
And in particular, and I'll take you on to the transcript references in a moment, kept referring back to the very fact that he'd got this assessment document from the Department of Home Affairs, which says what it says. And he was saying, if there's been an error, I don't understand what it is. I would like some time to speak to lawyers in Tennis Australia and so forth, which time was denied. That's the subject of a different complaint.
Well, I'm sorry. I thought, on a view of the case being advanced and the evidence in the transcript, it's not a case of time being denied. It's, in fact, objectively, broadly, an agreement to give time, which is then reneged upon.
Correct.
So the relevant idea, if you will, in the waking hours of Thursday morning, 4 a.m, a person is instructed to and complies with an instruction to turn off his phone. And as your submissions put it, he is effectively incommunicado for the entirety or the vast majority of the period from between around midnight until 7:42 when the cancellation is effected. And he is putting to the delegate or the person who keeps running in and out of the room.
Okay, everyone's gonna be mad at me,
asking for
but
instructions. What do I do?
I need everyone to relax for like 5 seconds, okay? I'm going to change over from the Discord and actually put it in, okay? Give me 1 second. All right, give me 1 second. If you still want to watch in Discord, that's fine. But I have it up now.
Tonight.
I agree.
The delegate said, no, that's not on.
Perfect.
Wasn't the burden of the exchange with the relevant delegate on a fair reading of the whole of the transcript? Yes, you can, until it was recanted at the point when the cancellation.
Can you hear me? It's like I'm a part of the court now. Yes, I know it's worse. Okay? Djokovic is not here. It's like I'm a part of the court now, guys. Look. Woo! No, there's no way they're going to take the tournament away from Australia. Oh, that's surprising. That's really surprising. Let me see what happened. Give me 1 second. Okay, so that's... I know there's no sound, but I'm trying to figure it out. It looks like... Looks like the room's been canceled. I'm trying to figure this out, guys. Because... oh my fucking god. This is so dumb. What do you guys think of the hearing so far? I feel like it's like a lot of mixed type of vibes. Main thought during this trial, I don't think I could ever be a lawyer. That's probably right. Honestly, same. I feel like this whole thing is... The judge does have a point of like, what more could Novak do? And the whole idea that they, the whole idea that this is like... that this is happening. It's just insane. I can imagine it's overloaded from too many viewers. Yeah, because it just doesn't show the broadcast anymore. That's weird. The vibe is continuously deteriorating. Novak. Appeal submission. Court. No, that's not what I wanted. Let me see if I can just do this. Go here. Stream down now. The stream just died, guys. The stream just actually died. It's shocking. Can you believe that? That we're like at the point of we just crashed an entire server. Nothing's working. Nothing is actually working. This page isn't working right now. The whole thing shut down again. Honestly, probably. Not gonna lie. This is why I couldn't be a lawyer. I think for everyone the stream is down. Let me check the others. Yeah, everyone's stream is down. Well, he is a great unvaxxed tennis player. Well, you're not wrong. You are definitely not wrong. You are definitely not wrong. Let's see. Gotta keep that up, but at the same time, I feel like it's just... there's just a lot going on. This thing has been going on for over an hour. What do you guys think of the stuff so far? Francesco, play nice. The contention is not that there was any flaw in the legality of the detention process. Interesting. He's great on Novaks. The claim is Djokovic did everything reasonable it could by taking the phone. His ability to supply evidence or seek advice was diminished or inhibited. I just don't think. They're bringing down the infrastructure. I wouldn't be surprised. Do you know how many people got into that courtroom? How crazy is that? Even when the first guy came in, he went, "Oh, look, TK, we're in." Like, they didn't even think that they were going to get in. How did they do that? Rodka, what's the problem? Like, not know what? What are they hiding? That's what I mean. It's kind of crazy to think about that. Honestly shocked by this response, too. Just shocked. That's interesting. We still have yet to hear the other side of it. That's a very good point, Francesco. We haven't heard the other side of it, or them giving is all political. I mean, again, there's two sides to this story. Very two-sided, right? Very two-sided. So, they're all trying to figure it out. Oh my god. Shocked by what response? Do you think Novak should have been deported already? Honestly, it just seems like it's leaned in that direction since he began. I don't know what other kind of response you're looking for in this situation. Was he treated like every other immigrant that had the same problem? Probably. Is that a bad thing? No, because if they didn't follow the rules, they didn't follow the rules. And what more could Djokovic have done? I don't know. And the whole legality of the process of him being detained seemed reasonable. Like what? The president of Australia? That's what I don't get about that. Let's check Twitter, everyone. Let's see what people are saying. All right. Someone just tweeted, y'all are going to be really mad once you realize how boring hearings are. Yeah, you're right. Did someone really say people comparing Novak Djokovic to MLK and Anne Frank? I'm really going to lose my mind at Twitter today. Like, Twitter really needs to fuck off. Everyone's sharing the link, too. Yeah, you can stand with Novak. Yeah, I understand that. You want the guy to be okay. The stream has gone down again. We'll just wait for those people who are clogging up the line to leave, and we'll be back. That was the quote. Oh my god, that's hysterical. That was the quote about the stream. Just a lot of legal jargon. Never used that word in my life. And they're saying that because he got his phone taken away, it seems that if he had his phone, he was able to provide more evidence for what they were looking for. But since they took away his phone, he wasn't allowed to. No, we're not going to show that meta. I understand that, but no. We're not going to say that in this chat. We're not going to start that. Raka, the difference that Rafa had was that Rafa had COVID earlier in the month of December. And then, like, had his quarantine at home and then came. And he's vaccinated. Alexander, what do you mean? With what stupid rules? What's so stupid? Explain to me like I'm 5. Explain to me the rules like I'm 5. Would love to hear this. You do realize in the United States, you now only have to be quarantined for 5 after you had COVID, right? No. Let's not start that, Conan. Oh my god, Jace. Oh my gosh. I don't know if I should laugh at that. That's terrible. That's terrible. Funny, but terrible. It's 8 o'clock and I feel like I'm exhausted. Thanks for medical pros. Gang. I don't know what to tell you, dude. No one can win in any argument about COVID. You literally can't have the same argument. You can't. I feel like no one wins every time we talk about this. Thank you, Jace. Thank you for retracting it too. I appreciate that, dog. It's just crazy to me. It's just crazy. Let's see what's happening on the tweet deck. Rodke, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, but... And just announced Jensen Brooksby will not be playing the Australian Open because he just contracted COVID. That sucks. That sucks. He had such a good end of the year last year. Eno, thank you for bringing that up. Let's go there. Should we just recreate the events that happened when he tested positive for COVID? That his team said he tested positive with COVID and then went to go see kids without a mask and then went to an entire stadium without being vaxxed and had COVID and then decided to play with kids outside in Belgrade and then went to a photo shoot with people without wearing a mask and posed without a mask and had COVID-19. Zox, you're not wrong. I don't think you're wrong in that sense. I think the hardest part about it is I think the process that they went through, I think they're saying is unfair. Nope, Saki, we're not doing this. Absolutely not. You did, Conan. You did. I agree. You did bring that up. Trying to see what else people are saying. So it seems like, and this is what has been summed up on Twitter, they did not let Novak speak to anyone, TA or a lawyer, forced him into accepting visa cancellation that gave them the excuse to put him in detention. And then this person goes on to say that scumbags, thugs, and goons, that is all I can say. Interesting. Interesting. What did Lucy Bush just said? Interesting. I will say that. Saki, I think that's fine. I don't think it's a hoax. Australia. He's in trial in Australia. I agree. Okay, that's a good scope. No cell phone allowed. Yeah, probably true. Oscar, the stream is currently still trying to figure itself out. I'm live? Live? What the fuck? That is true. There's still so much to go. There is still literally so much to go. Which is kind of annoying. Lawyers for the Australian Ministry of Home Affairs contend there is no suggestion that the applicant had acute major medical illness in December. All he has said is that he had tested positive for COVID-19 without providing extra information. Let's see. No shot. Hold on. I have to... Everyone... You've got to be kidding me. The only way GTL's getting most of it done? Oh my god. Hold on. Look what I just put in the Discord. Someone literally took over the stream and put porn in it. Who knows? There's no way. Is GTL the only ones that are talking about it? Wow. People think that someone just donated a fucking $1,000. That's crazy to me. It's just crazy. The fact that someone decided to take over the stream and post this is a joke. My God. It's unbelievable. Unfreaking believable. I just... Cost UP Rogers, too. That's kind of nice. Someone changed the... Oh, my God. That's really funny. I'm just sharing all this because... That's just funny. It's just... I don't know what to say. Yeah, but it's not about you. I think it's more about the idea that people are still dying from it that are unvaccinated, and that people are just kind of... Ugh, it's just crazy to me. God, that's why I keep posting memes in the Discord, because I'm just done. It's just, it's amazing how this kind of situation is just tearing people apart and tearing the world apart. It's quite honestly shocking, to be honest. Yeah, you should be able to. I agree. That's a very good statement. But I think the risk of hurting others around you is the selfish part that I don't get. Yeah, but if you're saying that, Alexander, why wouldn't it just be... Like, why wouldn't you just do that? You know what I mean? Why wouldn't you just do it if you want to be protected? Jensen Brooksby out. I agree. Like, that's all you have to say. Okay, here we go. Wow. Okay. Okay, now that you can hear me, this is a good one that I've been following a lot, and I think Karen's been doing a really good job with this. She says that it seems like people think that this is going in Djokovic's favor, but at the same time, it seems like that Novaks, the opposition hasn't had a chance to rebuttal. It's like if you... This is a terrible reference, but it's the only way that makes sense. It's like you're playing Pong. You throw a ball, you hit a cup. But then the other team gets a chance, and the other team hasn't got a chance to hit the ball in the cup yet. So it's kind of like that. But over to an expert for a second, Professor Patrick Kaiser, I would say, the Dean of Law, Thomas More Law School at ACU. My guess after reading the submissions is that the court will decide that Djokovic was not denied procedural fairness and Djokovic can be that Djokovic can be deported. Oh, okay. Okay. The ATAGI guidelines are not clear-cut, and that is one of the reasons why this matter is before the court. Rules may be rules, but they are not crystal clear. But I agree, but it's just... It's very different in that sense. And this is like... That's how I feel right now, because I just don't know, like... Jesus Christ, it's Jason Bourne! Let me see if I can find some more tweets that can help this situation. I should probably drink some tea. My throat hurts. No, more news about Jensen Brooksby. Interesting. Even Ben Rothenberg is saying that Judge definitely is entertaining Djokovic's appeal, showing sympathy with his argument that he was doing his best to give the border officers what they wanted at the airport. It's. I feel like we're just still at halftime. I still feel like we're at halftime with all of this information. There's still so much to be played and still so much to be acted upon. Came for the stream, stayed for the content. Thank you, Oscar. I appreciate that, man. Thank you to everyone that's in the stream right now. We're still trying to get through this all together. This has been going on for at least 2 hours now, so I really do appreciate everyone that stuck around for the stream. Appreciate it. Show your appreciation by hitting the like button and consider subscribing to the channel. Appreciate it, guys. Let's see. That's another one. Who else? What else has been happening? Bob Saget died? What? How did... In other news, Bob Saget died. For those of you that don't know, from Full House. What? How did that happen? I am so confused. How did... What? He was just found dead in his Florida home. I'm sorry, what? My God, what's happening to the world? I'm very annoyed. Thank you, Schmidt. Appreciate that. Live updates. Jensen Brooksby. God, this is ridiculous. It's Well, that's a little harsh, don't you think? I'll show you another one. Another good tweet right here after I just realized I was muted. Djokovic could have stayed mum about his dirty unvaccinated state, a much easier path that would have allowed him to defend his slam title. I mean, if he didn't say anything, this would have been a whole different story. Instead, he declared himself one of the marginalized, unwilling to use his wealth to skirt the rules. That's what I said. Bro, Migo. I just saw it on Twitter. I just read that. I just read it wrong. Wow. R.I.P. to Bob Saget, really. It really is. It's crazy. Thomas, Nick Kyrgios is literally an idiot. Dear God. That's just... That's pretty much it. What else did this person say? If Jeff Bezos or Mark Zuckerberg don't want to, do you really think they're getting it? Of course not. Okay, this is just... Nope, we're not dealing with that right now. We're just trying to see how else this is going to go. Let's see. Any other updates? What else? Trying to give you guys the best updates, and that means flying through Twitter. Volt, interesting. Oh yeah, rip Danny Tanner. Oh, that makes it worse. So many lawyers on Twitter today. Everyone's sticking with the idea that the judge said, what more could this man have done? Francesco, yes, hit the like button. Stream is back on. Where? Where's the stream? Where's the stream? Someone send me the stream. If many people are vaccinated, why are you still hanging out with people that are not wearing a mask? And that are just like... Alright, where is she? Where's the nice lady? Where's the nice lady? Where's the nice lady? There she is. Serbia's terror for facts. This woman just gained 3,000 Twitter followers within 10 minutes. Holy shit. Waddle waddle. I think everyone's waiting for this. Let's see. Trying to find the link as fast as possible. Okay, no, let's relax, everyone. Let's calm down. I think he makes idiot decisions. Court stream is still down. So this is Karen's been sending fresh tweets. Thanks to the Absolute Legends sending this. Stream is still not live, guys. Stream is still not live. That's the tweet we read earlier. Fresh Link isn't live. The court stream is still down. We're still in the process, so everyone stay tight. We're still trying to figure it out, but it's just insane. It's amazing. Go Game to Love podcast for good for them. It's annoying. Good for them. They have like 20,000 viewers in their thing right now. That's insane. Oh my God, someone asked this question to Rafa. Can we just go to this for... I was muted that whole time, wasn't I? Fuck. In other news, this has been happening with Rafa. What a stupid question. I mean... I'm just rattled. If anyone has a stream, please feel free to send it in the Discord. If you find it, please let me know. Would love to see it. A lot of things going on right now. Still trying to bring you guys up-to-date things about the court. Nothing's working because the whole thing is shut down. Oh. That's what I'm doing, Conan. Yeah, even Karen's getting updates with no broadcast. It's kind of annoying. Oh, there is no broadcast currently available. That's what I'm getting. Look. Please tell me this is still available. Let's see. Wonder if this is going to be the last time Novak Djokovic breaks the server at the Australian Open. That's pretty funny. My God. Thomas Corbinell. This is actually a good one. This is a good tweet. Also another good tweet. Thomas Corbinell, former top 40 player and Spanish ATP Cup captain, says, I can promise you two things. To fight until the end and that we all have our COVID passports. This. that right there. It's quite incredible. It's quite incredible. It's just nuts. It's that too, like, still happening like that. Let's refresh it. So, what I'm gathering is that this black screen is the Federal Court of Australia, and it's currently buffering. That's all I have right now. I don't have anything else. I don't have anything else to contribute to it. Cobra, let's see. What happened with the case? Only Novaks lawyers have spoken. The Microsoft Team Windows meeting group with all the lawyers got hacked and people started playing porn. Let's see. People are getting restless, and it's been going on for about 2.5 hours. So you haven't really missed much, bud. Everyone's just trying to find a stream link at this point. I had a good hour of the stream link too, which was nice, but at the same time, we're still on double microphones like a fucking nonce. Someone at me with the result. Even Muguruza just came out with her. Also, Luigi's a good guy to follow on. No shit. Like, Halp's back in the top 15 after her title in Melbourne. Anisimova moved to 60 in the world. That's a good one. Oh, Carl Towns is on Celebrity Family Wheel of Fortune. That's kind of cool. Larry telling you news because nothing else is on right now, and I'm trying to figure this out. Doll is back. Wow, I did not see this. I haven't gotten this response yet too. God, every time I'm muted too, I'm gonna lose it. I think it's really hard when this happens too. And Alexander, I totally agree with what you just said. In terms of people have the same goal, but the way you get there has very different views. But that, I feel like that's just a government. That's like something we can just describe the government as. When it comes to something like that, it becomes a whole debacle of which way is the right way, but at the same time, it's more about the idea that we need to work together to get it. Meta, be nice, please. But yes, Google Discord. No broadcast available. Go shoot. How are their symptoms, though? Symptoms didn't seem that bad. I forgot about Shardy. Did he have a pre-existing heart condition, though? I wonder. That's actually an interesting point. Let's Google. Let's look at the other side of this. Because I'm curious. Okay? So, we're looking on the other side of this argument. So, Jeremy Shardy got the vaccine. We all know that. We also saw why he... Let's see. Tennis World USA. We gotta fix this shit. Oh, we have to change the properties too. Transform left. We're almost there. My feelings. So, former number 25 says he has serious problems after taking the COVID vaccine in 2021. Decided to get vaccinated, didn't work out well for him. Now 73 in the world. Claims he is unable to train since I got my vaccine. I've had serious problems as a result. I can't train, I can't play. Prefer to take more time to heal myself and be sure that in the future I won't have any problems. He regrets taking the vaccine. But I couldn't have known. Exactly. It's the first time that the idea of the next season might be the last has crossed my mind. Is Sissipas even vaxxed? The COVID-19 vaccination has not been tested enough. That is new to some side effects. For us young people, it's good to pass the virus because we'll build immunity. I don't see it being something bad, as I know it isn't obligatory. Everyone has freedom to decide for themselves, and that's true. But if you're going to go into a country that says this rule, you should follow it? Schmidt, that's a good way of putting it. I think what Schmidt just said in the chat is true. The only outcomes that Novak wishes is that he can stay and compete, or he can just leave without being labeled of being deported. I think that's going to be the biggest issue. I have a lead. Also, if you have a stream, I would like you to DM it to me on any social media. I have VLC installed. Trying to play it. My stream dies because of this. Okay. Okay, hold on. I have to install it. Hold on, guys. Give me 1 second. In the meantime, let me see how Twitter's doing. Has anyone survived? Also, in other sporting news, Klay Thompson's back if anyone follows the NBA. This country, the law, the media, the people, and the politicians allowed a 15-year-old to be held for no crime in prison for almost 9 years. That's why we are asking Novak Djokovic to advocate for us. Oh! Oh! Wow. Okay. Well, that's a powerful tweet. Gotta just show some appreciation for that. Also, can we, in the chat, start talking a little bit about tennis? I know we're talking about this type of stuff, but I want this to, like, I want to talk about a little bit of tennis in this. Is that possible? Media. Oh! 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 It's here. It's here. Give me 1 second. Because I have the stream, guys. I have the stream. Can you guys hear this? Hold on. Can you hear this?
Being vaccinated. Now, it's utterly unremarkable, in light of another document that I'll take over to in a moment, coming from Atagi, that someone who, and this must notoriously be so, who has had a recent, and Atagi thinks 6 months is the relevant duration, who has had a recent COVID infection, has therefore acquired at least a degree of what might be called natural immunity. And therefore, vaccinating that person will have at least limited utility. Why? Logically, because they've already got at least a degree of immunisation as a product.
Okay, you guys can hear me, but
So it's utterly unsurprising that what Atagi is saying
hello?
is that
Okay.
for someone who has had a recent COVID-19 infection, vaccination is not advisable, hence why...
Okay, cool. Thank you.
can be deferred for 6 months after the
So at the bottom, it's all the judges. Somehow Novak Stream and his lawyers are fine.
infection will have built up a degree of natural immunity, combined with the inevitable risk associated with any medical procedure, including vaccination, of some kind of adverse effect. Can I take your honour to the final document? It's another Atagi document. This one dated the 14th of December.
Schmidt, what do you want me to do about that?
And it is Annexure B to the same affidavit.
Yes.
Now, this document is less relevant than the one that I've just taken your honour to. The one that I just took your honour to, of course, is the very document that GPs are exhorted to apply as guidance when making assessments about what to put up on the register, which, of course, when you track back through the links in the chain that I've just taken your honour through, the point of which ultimately traces back to the Australian Travel Declaration, whether or not one's got a medical contraindication to COVID-19 vaccine. This second document, which is dated the 14th of December 2021, is not as directly relevant because it doesn't form a link in that chain, and moreover, it deals with a slightly different subject. The subject with which...
Thank you, Alexander. Let's keep it neutral.
...states the definition of, quote, fully vaccinated. Now, to be perfectly clear, it is no part of Mr. Djokovic's argument to this court, or indeed the case that he presented to the extent that he was allowed, to the officials at the airport, that he's fully vaccinated. Fully vaccinated, as explained by Targi, is having had a relevant number of doses of a certain number of different kinds of vaccine, as they're set out.
Conan, it's not the same,
So
like...
at the bottom of that page, we have the heading TGA approved and recognised vaccines. We can skip over that because that's not relevant here. Mr. Djokovic is not vaccinated. Then we move to page number 2, or it's page 10 of the affidavit. It's headed Special Considerations for the Definition of Fully Vaccinated. There's a series of subheadings, the first few of which are not relevant. Then on the next page, we have the subheading Past SARS-CoV-2 Infection. And it's the first paragraph here that picks up what I was indicating to Your Honour earlier about what Atagi has said is accepted as the effect of having been infected with COVID, which is that one acquires a degree of natural immunity for a period of time. So
I'm sorry, Mr. Wood, where are you?
Lost you.
Page 3 of the 14 December 2000.
Marco, I'm trying. There's...
Past
Top
infection.
page, subheading, under the broader heading Special Considerations for the
Yes, I have it.
subheadings past COV-2 infection. Look at the first paragraph. Atagi notes that natural immunity from past infections is recognised as fully vaccinated in several European countries. Atagi also notes the challenge of confirming past infection, in other words, as a matter of fact or as a matter of administrative practice, and uncertainty with regard to duration and protection. But pausing there for the moment, whilst Atagi is observing that it is recognised in other European countries as relevant to the definition of fully vaccinated, what present matters is Atagi's acknowledgement or recognition that natural immunity does flow from past infection, the doubts that Atagi expresses about it are the challenge of confirming in a given case whether someone has in fact had a past infection, first point. And the second doubt is uncertainty with regards to the duration of infection. But it's abundantly clear that Atagi is saying that having had a past infection provides, subject to questions about duration, natural immunity. Then we go to the second paragraph. It says, while evidence suggests that past infection reduces the risk of reinfection for, quote, at least 6 months. So that links with the duration doubt expressed above. Atagi is saying evidence suggests that past infection reduces the risk of reinfection for at least 6 months. And then we get
Okay, somehow the stream just stopped. Is that still working? No, it just stopped. It's definitely me, guys. Give me a second. Let me see if I can do something. Hey, Free, do the voice channel again and see what happens. It is. I'm just trying to figure it out, guys. Free, see if you can go into the voice channel again. Who named themselves Tickle Thomp? That's a great question. Video. Audio. Really? The stream hit max capacity again? Yeah. Is there a way to refresh it or no?
and makes a recommendation of the minimum interval. But that doesn't cut across the proposition, which is clearly put in the first paragraph, that it can be deferred as a temporary exemption due to acute major medical illness. That then leaves the final part of the puzzle, which is the table at page 5, the same guideline, which sets out scenarios, doses, and ultimately clinical recommendations in the right-hand column. The relevant entry is the final row, left-hand column, scenario, previous infection. Then if we move to the third column, which is entitled number of doses received, look at the first ditch of that final row, none. That's the case here with Mr. Djokovic. The fourth column deals with the subject with which we're not concerned. Doses required to be considered fully vaccinated. Atagi's answer is, well, 2 doses. Fair enough. Mr. Djokovic doesn't say he's fully vaccinated. That's not the point. But the relevant bit, which is the final column, clinical recommendation, in other words, picking up that notion of what medical contraindication. What's the answer? Valid exemption for up to 6 months.
How's that volume?
And then we have a hashtag, in effect operating as a footnote. One moves to the bottom of the page. The hashtag says, more information can be found in Atagi expanded guidance on temporary medical exemptions for COVID-19 vaccines, which is, of course, the 26th November 2021 document that I was just exploring, which is, of course, the more relevant document that says with abundant clarity that for all COVID-19 vaccines, PCR confirmed infection where vaccination is deferred until 6 months after the infection. So, to put that all in the picture of this case again, Your Honour, I remind Your Honour that the simple point on ground 1C, and it's a very simple one, that I've already discussed, is that the delegate made a positive finding that previous infection is not considered a medical contraindication. I've explained that there was no evidence identified in the reasons for that positive finding. There's no evidence before the court that there was any other evidence before the delegate that was capable of supporting that finding. I've explained to the court that the only evidence that was before the delegate was evidence that came in the form of the exemption certificate from Tennis Australia, referred to two eminent physicians with specialist expertise who had expressed the view that the exemption should be granted based on ATAGI guidelines. And I've said that therefore on a just vanilla analysis application of administrative law principles, the positive finding wasn't open, and the failure to deal with the applicant's own evidence itself reveals jurisdictional error. The point of this discussion about ATAGI guidelines is to say, even if somehow, despite the absence of evidence, despite the minister not calling the delegate as a witness, even if somehow we're to understand that in the absence of evidence, that indeed the delegate was deeply familiar with the ATAGI guidelines, he'd read them, considered them, and so forth, and it was those ATAGI, in other words, expert guidelines that were providing the foundation for his positive finding, it would involve a clear misunderstanding of the effect of those guidelines, which is that the recommendation is made of the grant of an exemption if the COVID-19 infection was within the past 6 months. Now, in a sense, all of that probably goes by the by, because it's simply not the basis upon which this delegate made their decision anyway. There's no evidence for that. Instead, we just have a bold positive finding of fact for which no evidence was provided, and which was contradicted by the only evidence that was before the delegate, that coming from Mr. Djokovic, and ultimately the eminent physicians that I've referred to on a couple of occasions. Your Honour, as for authority, I don't take this to be an issue. I'll just mention it. I won't take Your Honour to it, but ample full court, federal court authority for the proposition that even where policy guidance is not a mandatory relevant consideration, that where a decision maker does choose to rely on such policy guidance but gets it seriously wrong, that can involve jurisdictional error. The most relevant case, Your Honour, is the decision of the full court in a case called Gray, which is a migration case. It's tab 19 of the materials. The relevant quote is at page 208 of the judgment. I'll just read it out because it's very short. Full court says, if a decision maker not bound to apply policy purports to apply as a proper basis for disposing of a case at hand, but misconstrues or misunderstands it, so that what is applied is not the policy but something else, then there may be a reviewable error. So that completes, Your Honour, in a lot longer period of time than I might have originally expected, our analysis of ground 1C and 1D in terms of why the delegate erred in purporting to form a state of satisfaction, which is what point 7 of the decision record concerns, that indeed Mr. Djokovic does indeed pose a risk to the safety or health and safety of the Australian community or a segment thereof. Can I much more briefly now deal with grounds 2A and 2B? They concern the second and distinct discretionary phase. Can I locate again where that comes up in the decision record? It comes up in a different point of the document. So we've been focused so far on point 7. What I want to invite you on now is to turn the page. So we're now looking at Bannister number 1, page 47.
Yeah. How many pages are there?
Point 8. And performing a similar function to which point set out with respect to the ground analysis. In point 8, the delegates invited to provide a summary of the reasons that Mr. Djokovic gave for why the visa should not be cancelled. The words should not be cancelled are properly understood here, as now we've moved past the question of does the ground exist, and now we're in that part of the document that deals with whether the discretion should be exercised, assuming the ground exists. In other words, assuming that the delegate to be satisfied that Mr. Djokovic does pose a risk to the health of the Australian community. And there's a number of propositions reflecting points that Mr. Djokovic made. I'll come to the transcript in a moment. The first and important point I want to make about this part of the form is this. In point 9, it says delegates' assessment of the reasons the visa should not be cancelled. And what one sees is a pre-printed set of boxes that silos, or is apt to silo, the approach that the delegate takes to the task of considering the exercise of discretion. So the first box with the pre-printed text is purpose of travel to and stay in Australia. And in substance, the delegate, when considering that question, made a favourable finding. It says purpose was it was a compelling need, indeed, for Mr Djokovic to travel to Australia to participate in the Australian Open. The second box with the pre-printed text says extent of compliance with visa conditions. And again, favourable findings made. Mr Djokovic has a compliant travel history with no evidence of non-compliance with visa conditions. Then we get to the third pre-printed box, the degree of hardship which may be caused to the visa holder, their family members and so forth. And the delegate generously acknowledges that the cancellation decision would, quote, likely result in a reasonable level of inconvenience to Mr Djokovic. Then we get to the next page. The pre-printed box is now client circumstances in which ground for cancellation arose, and importantly, brackets, whether there were any extenuating circumstances beyond the visa holder's control that led to the ground's existence. That's important. I'll come back to that in a minute. Ground 2B, Your Honour, is essentially a complaint that the delegate, and it's a simple point, I don't need to go much beyond what I've said in writing. The delegate, bizarrely, concluded, only addressed to you whether there were extending circumstances beyond Mr Djokovic's control, said that there weren't, because whatever he got from Tennis Australia reflected material that he gave Tennis Australia, therefore says none of this is beyond his control, but therefore, bizarrely, says, therefore the delegate applies significant weight in favour of visa cancellation. And as we've said in writing supported by High Court authority, the absence of extenuating circumstances can rationally only be neutral. It cannot provide positive support for the exercise of an adverse power, which here was cancellation. That's ground 2. I need to say no more about it.
So he said he wanted to cancel his visa.
The next box is visa holder's behaviour in relation to the department. And there's a favourable finding made. This has been cooperative throughout the process, implicitly accepting that he'd been honest and cooperative in his interview with the delegate.
Which he probably was.
Then, finally, we get to the box, which would have been the box for the delegate to deal with the representations that Mr Djokovic did make, but the delegate didn't do so. Why? Because this box is entitled Other Relevant Reasons. And it would be here in the form where if Mr Djokovic had presented evidence in submissions saying, in effect, why, even if the ground exists, the visa should not be cancelled, that the delegate would have to deal with that. Recall, as I said at the start, Your Honour, and as is common cause between the parties, the whole point of the 119 notice, and 1191 paragraph B, Roman 2 in particular, is to give the visa holder the opportunity to explain that even if the ground exists, why nevertheless the discretion should not be exercised to cancel. And it would be absurd if such evidence and submissions are indeed made that then they're not considered before the decision is made. But the short point, Your Honour, here is that Mr Djokovic quite clearly, and given the time, I won't be as laborious going through the transcript as I was otherwise inclined to be, but quite clearly repeatedly saying, you should not cancel my visa, A, because I got the medical exemption from the panel, not the mere fact of having got it, but the content of it, what it signified, representing the expression of ATAGI guidelines. But moreover, and what I wanted to emphasise is, repeatedly Mr Djokovic referred during the interview with the delegate to the fact that he had received the assessment document from the federal government. Recall, Your Honour, that was the document that came from the federal government that upon receipt of the exemption certificate from Tennis Australia, the federal government said your declaration's been assessed and your responses indicate you meet the requirements. And what Mr Djokovic was repeatedly saying, we can provide a note later with transcript references, I'm conscious of the time, but numerous times throughout the transcript, Mr Djokovic is saying, in substance, I made the declaration, and then I got back from Home Affairs a document indicating I had been assessed as meeting the requirements. So in substance, what Mr Djokovic was saying was, please, do not cancel my visa, do not exercise a discretion to do so, in circumstance where everything that I've been led to believe from Tennis Australia from the product of an independent medical panel, but moreover critically for present purposes from the federal government itself, has told me I'm in the clear. And so even if, in other words, it was open to the delegate, contra all the arguments I've made so far, to conclude rationally, which it was not, on the evidence before the delegate, that Mr. Djokovic posed a risk to the health of the Australian community, or that his recent infection was not a medical contraindication of the vaccinations that plainly was. Even if the ground existed, in other words, Mr. Djokovic was saying, given everything I've been told by everyone, please don't, in the particular circumstances of my case, when I'm here for a limited purpose to compete in an elite tournament, and
I think I have a better.
confused as to why I'm in this situation.
I think I have a better one.
No one told me anything about it. Please set of legal consequences that Your Honour should understand mean that if this cancellation decision is not disturbed, just so Your Honour completely understands the situation, you'll be subject to a bar under 48 for applying for certain kinds of visas, but moreover, by operation of certain provisions in Schedule 4 to the migration regulations, will be unable to get any visa to come back to Australia for a 3-year
Okay, give me 1 second. What is happening? Wrong way. Okay, I think I did it.
I think I can do it in about, particularly like the discussion that I've had in the running about those matters, about that 20 or so minutes. If you're all right with it.
I think this is better.
Tran, is that convenient to you? Thank you. Well, Mr. Wood, if you're content to continue, I would be grateful if that can be achieved within the time you indicated. Parties have set out in detail the positions about these grounds.
And largely, I think what I can usefully do, given what we've already said about legal principles and spoken writing and to some extent oral today, largely what I want to do is take Your Honour through the bits of the transcript when you read it together with the affidavit of Mr. Djokovic that I want to bring to Your Honour's attention. At the outset, and I think I understand that Your Honour knows this, the confirmation. Mr. Djokovic's affidavit records paragraph 18 of 413 no cross-examination. I know an attempt to Djokovic said about his experiences as Melbourne Airport. What he says in paragraph 18 in the final sentence was that the voice recorder, which was obviously the basis upon which the transcript was used, was used throughout the night on occasion when being formally interviewed by the delegate, but not during every conversation I had with him or other Australian Border Force officers. So to understand what happened
How's
as
that?
the hours transpired, one has to...
I've read that evidence.
Thank you. Can I take Your Honour through the bits that I think are highly significant to the unfairness/unreasonableness complaints? Can I start with the transcript, Your Honour? And I'm doing this chronologically, but picking out the high points. Can I take Your Honour to page 11 of the transcript?
Yes.
Wow, that judge really did not sound like he wanted to be.
Mr. Djokovic says, and this is at about 3:55.
Yes, I've read that.
Yeah, so that runs from line 49 through to line 5 on page 12. I would encourage you to read that. On the same page...
Can you work from an assumption, please, Mr. Wood, that I have examined this in its entirety, but that isn't to suggest that I won't be assisted by you reminding me of the particular passages upon which you would have me focus.
Yes, that's all I'll do then, Your Honour, and I won't read it out given
Yes,
time.
thank
So
you.
I would invite Your Honour to highlight, if you like. We're inviting Your Honour to read carefully. Page 11, line 49, through to page 12, line 5.
Yes.
Page 12, line 17, through to line 31.
How's that?
Yes.
Then if we jump forward in time to page 17, line would take your honor to page 18. I would invite your honor to look at lines 1 through to line 6, as well as lines 17 through to line 21.
So is he just not going to read it out loud? He just makes him read it
Then I would take
in
your
his
honor
head,
to page,
like a teacher?
20. I would invite your honor to look at lines 47 through to the end of that page.
Is that what
and
he's
all the
trying to
way-
do?
all
Just
the way
tell him
through
to read it?
line 23 on page 21. Sorry, Mr. Hartley reminds me, I probably also would have ought to have identified here on page 20. Have a look at lines 25 through to 33.
Yeah,
I also-
yes, which I have.
I also want
Thank
to
you.
point out that
Then,
I'm just going to mute this for a second.
we then move.
Did anyone else notice that the two guys that Novak's team, they put on masks every 5 minutes and then take them off? What the fuck is the point of that? Anyone else notice that?
Through to on page 23, line 9, and it's that particular part for note where the delegate indicated that he was going to be finishing his shift soon and the case was going to be handed over to another team. Now that didn't happen, but what also didn't happen was the original agreement to allow Mr. Djokovic until 8:30 was not adhered to. So that's a bit of interesting context. Then it's at this point, so that exchange finishes at 5:22 a.m. See that at line 14 at page 23.
Probably,
It's at
Schmidt.
that point in time, to understand the matter chronologically, that one has to go back to Mr. Djokovic's own affidavit, because now the tape's off.
It sounded like the judge wanted to
And we look at
have that
paragraph
time limit for him.
23 of Mr. Djokovic's affidavit. Read paragraph 23 and 24 of Mr. Djokovic's affidavit in their entirety, the substance of which was, while the
All right,
tape
everyone in the
recorded
chat,
off,
play nice, please.
initially approached by two of the delegates'
There's a
superior
lot of,
officers, given
Like
the
anger, I feel
peculiar
like.
advice that it was
Relax.
somehow in his interests not to speak to his lawyers at Tennis Australia and so forth. It was better for him if they just made a decision. And then paragraph 24 concerns the subject of him being, Mr. Djokovic being woken up by the delegate for one of his superiors, presenting to him that it was, quote, better for me if the interview was done right away. And again, consistent with the proposition, putting the pressure on him to just subject himself to the decision being made rather than obtain the support and the assistance of those who might otherwise have advised him before a decision was made. So that's 23 and 24, which are off record. Then we come back to the transcript, and we're back on page 23 of the transcript. And so now it's 6:07 a.m. and I would invite Your Honour to look at lines 32 to 37 in particular. That's the exchange I think that Your Honour put out to me earlier, and that is effectively where it ends. The decision is made shortly thereafter. What clearly emerges from all of that, and what I've really discussed with Your Honour, is that it was abundantly clear throughout that whole process.
It's in the general
that Mr.
chat,
Djokovic, wanted
TP.
more time, at least until
For
8:30,
audio,
to
voice
speak
channels.
with his advisors, his agent in Australia, to understand what was going on, to see if there was anything with the assistance of those persons and bodies that might be said in his interests to put against the suggestion that his visa was going to be cancelled. Point two, that was initially acting.
Oh, no. Ow. Oh. This is what's in my ear. That's what I hear. That's what I hear before. my internet really go out? What the fuck?
After whichever one of the following happens first. Now, what's emerged is that Mr. Tran, Ms. Wooden, and our team are in agreement, having regard to legal principles, that here B didn't occur, and C is inapplicable. C is inapplicable because this was not a time-bound duration process. That's because the delegate exercised power under 121 to invite the response to be given at an interview, which is not a period of time that is down by a period. So the only issue between the parties, Your Honour, is whether or not, by the time that the decision was made, which I think was at 7:29.
Yes, notified.
At 7:29, notified to Mr. Djokovic at 7:42. I think I made an error about that earlier. So the decision was made at 7:29. The question is, under 124 of the Act, at 7:29, is it the case that the holder had, quote, responded to the notice? And the dispute between Mr. Tran and myself is essentially this. Mr. Tran submits, as he did last night in writing, that respond there can't mean, in effect, complete response. It just means a response. And we say that is obviously not so, and indeed, were it so, it would generate perverse consequences, because a visa holder might be, in effect, partway through saying what they want to say about why the ground doesn't exist and why the discretion shouldn't be exercised if the ground does exist. And the minister might say, I've heard enough, you have responded, in part, I'm now going to make a decision. Obviously absurd. The way that Mr. Tran tries to ameliorate that perverse consequence of his interpretation is to say, it's okay, because principles of legal reasonableness kick in. And of course, the minister couldn't, or the delegate couldn't, without contravening, would have to adhere to the principles of reasonableness in deciding when the minister thought that the applicant had responded, whether he'd heard enough. The problem with that is it conflates very different concepts of fairness and reasonableness. Mr. Tran's submissions are at pains to point out the very broad decisional freedom that he adverts to the cases speak of when it comes to reasonableness and the wide discretion that decision makers have and so forth. And so what he's really, the effect of his submission is really this, that the minister has a wide discretion, understood in that reasonableness sense, as to how long they're going to listen to a visa holder. What that does is it transforms a right to due process, a right to fairness, to make a response, into a discretionary power of the minister to how much a response someone is in fact going to get. We say that's wrong. The right way to understand 1241A is that the holder will have responded in this circumstance where the response was to be given at an interview, because that was the mode selected under 1211B of the Act, when in effect during the interview the visa holder has indicated that they have said all they wish to have to say. And the analysis is not assisted by extreme or distorting possibilities. Mr. Tran says, oh, well, couldn't the visa holder just filibuster, potentially forever? Well, that's the very kind of distorting possibility that...
Can I ask a question on the facts of this case?
Here we go.
Wherever the parties might find themselves in some dispute about whether, in a particular case, an interviewee was filibustering or just being intransigent, but effectively putting a stake in the ground and maintaining I haven't finished and you're not going to be able to do anything until I tell you I have, or perhaps in a different situation where a delegate acting quite reasonably says, look, is there anything further you want to say, or have I understood your submissions? In the objective facts of this case, the situation in which these grounds are being pressed are those disclosed by the transcript, namely that it seems uncontroversial. This interviewee wanted
and he expressly identified he wanted to see to a particular people and organisation before he could meaningfully respond, because he was essentially saying, I have no idea.
Every time. You're not going to have to listen to this for... Me too, Meadow. This is what I'm listening to in my ears. I really don't know what to say to this. I think 4 hours. Give me 1 second. Just trying to figure out how this... All right.
Reason. No reason not to allow him that more time. And so this case is one of the starkest I've ever seen for the application of the principle articulated by the High Court in Lee, and for that reason it would readily be impugned on the basis that, irrespective of questions of fairness, the conduct of the delegate and the officers was unreasonable. They are my substantive submissions, Your Honour. I just want to say two things which I can do in about 1 minute. First of all, on the question of relief, Your Honour is persuaded
Meta, you're not wrong.
One or more jurisdictional areas, Your Honour, would quash the decision. Your Honour would not remit the matter because there's no duty that to which an order of mandamus would attach. Your Honour.
Mr. Wood, during the recent brief adjournment, I
just like you finished his sentence midway through and just stopped.
That the audio statement which we all heard in this hearing is a statement which relates to the live streaming which is being conducted via a separate channel somewhere else, and it's something that we can disregard.
Thank you, Your Honour. So I'll continue my brief closing point. So
There's a closing point?
Would not remit. Your Honour ought to, it may not be strictly necessary, but we say Your Honour ought to make an order requiring the release of the applicant from immigration detention. It may not be strictly necessary because that would be legally obligatory on the officers to release it anyway, because as soon as the cancellation decision is
No,
been
TP,
quashed,
I don't think he will
the
speak.
visa jumps up like a jack in the box and there'd be no basis on which he could be detained. But the federal court in recent history has considered it appropriate.
I've read the decision.
Thank you. Finally, Your Honour, 2 points. First of all, we maintain our submission that it's open to Your Honour to grant. Your Honour, obviously, as a Chapter 3 court, must give reasons for your decision. Your Honour does not need to give reasons for the decision at the same time. That's clearly so. And there are ample cases, and we've cited some, where considerations of urgency of various kinds have caused courts to give orders before reasons. If Your Honour, I'm submitting, is not in a position to give reasons at a time which would enable my client practically to compete at the tournament, were he to be successful, we would in that circumstance urge Your Honour to make an order and for reasons to come later. Finally, Your Honour, with respect to the interlocutory injunction, it may be to some extent overtaken by events in that last night Your Honour ordered that the Commonwealth ensure that
it should be in the chat.
Be present with us while this hearing continues, and I think Your Honour has now indicated until judgment. To the extent necessary, I would rely on all of the submissions I've made today and all of the submissions that we've now made in writing in support of the proposition.
Noel, if you're still in the chat, can you drop the link?
Mr. Djokovic plainly has a strong prima facie case for relief. The balance of convenience heavily weighs in favour of the grant of an interlocutory injunction.
Mr. Wood, can I just say this? Mr. Tran has made submissions
representing a model litigant, and at least on Thursday was clear that at that point, subject to further qualifications, which he was equally clear to make then about the future, that deportation was off the table at that point. I'm not suggesting that position of Haynes in an unqualified way into the future. What I am suggesting is rather this, if you'd bear with me. If one accepts the submission respecting the delivery of a judgment, which could be the subject of an appeal, as distinct from the provision of reasons for the judgment and orders, then the type of interlocutory relief to which yourself and Mr. Tran may wish to turn your attention may be time limited, as it were, for a period of 48 hours after the expiry of any available time for the lodging of an appeal. I haven't reflected fully on this, and it's one of the reasons I wanted to ask you and those assisting to exchange with Mr. Tran a draft minute which precisely mirrors what you consider to be given by way of judgment at a final hearing. I won't say anything more about that aspect of the matter and the nature of the injunction that should be given on a final hearing. But the only other issue, well, look, just while it's in my head, it would be the usual practice, and you'd both be content, I imagine, for any issue of cost to be dealt with on the papers in the usual way. You can make short submissions, not do that in chambers. The other thing that I think far more important on the evidence of Mr. Djokovic, which seems to reflect the fact...
I think he just said you took too long.
Working backwards, he provides a range of documents to the delegate, which I think in all material respects are copied, so there may be no problem there. The problem, which is a more immediate one, is the uncontradicted evidence that he has given his passport and does not have it. So I am concerned to decide this matter on a final basis, and I will be less than grateful if someone after the event says, oh, there are other things we're now thinking about. That clear?
Yes, Your Honour. We have prepared a draft minute of proposed order that will reflect a high grant.
Yeah, that's exactly why I raised it, because, you know, let's be honest, if we all stand back from these things with the degree of cooperation that is being shown in this case, if all parties make a valuable contribution to what they represent, or submit represents an appropriate form
Thank you.
of complete final order, albeit that you might disagree with one another, but you'll put together a composite document that embodies everything and provide it in Word format, then that's what I'm asking you to do. Now, Mr. Tran, it being nearly 1:30, I propose not to adjourn, at least not before 2:30, but having said those things, two matters. My present understanding is that you are content to proceed today, subject to instructions, which is a matter that you can inform me about now or later if you want. But I'm not going to bring the matter back until you've had at least an hour, unless you want some further time beyond that, say 3 o'clock.
Oh my God!
Which, perhaps your junior Ms. Wooten can assist the court with via email to myself and counsel on the other side. If you have in contemplation taking the court to a series of documents in the evidence or a series of authorities, I'm not going to tie you down to how you want to frame your submissions, but if you would be assisted by me being informed in advance of things you would like to commence addressing, then I'd be very happy to know that, if that's something you want to do and you don't have to do it.
Your Honour, can I propose this course, and of course Your Honour will hear from Mr. Wood and Mr. Holdenson whether they have any submissions about this. What I would suggest, if Your Honour is minded to allow me to do it, is if I could speak for perhaps up to 30 minutes to get us to 2 p.m. The purpose of that is, I think, to make some comments about where I'm actually going and to highlight in my respectful submission what are some of the key issues for Your Honour. On the course that I will attempt to make some submissions about what some things might be non-issues, and I'll also highlight a few authorities. And then if you could take the adjournment at 2 o'clock, I think the utility of taking that half hour will help frame for Your Honour.
That's a very helpful suggestion, and I see Mr. Holdenson and Mr. Wood assenting to that suggestion. I'm very grateful for it. Thank you. Please proceed.
Thank you, Your Honour.
Finally!
I'm going to start using this short 30 minutes by addressing paragraphs 3 and 4 of the reply submissions, and then charting for Your Honour how it is I propose to deal with ground 3, and then after adjournment I'll actually do that, deal with ground 3. If Your Honour brings up the reply submissions from very early this morning, and goes
I have those.
3.
Totally agree,
Your Honour
Meadow.
will read there, and this is my gloss of it, but of course Your Honour can read it. It says there, my gloss, that the applicant was pressured during that transcript that Your Honour has read. Can I be crystal clear that Your Honour can rely on that submission and that evidence to find as a fact that the applicant felt pressured? Of course, I haven't sought to cross-examine the applicant. But can I make it crystal clear that what Your Honour can't do is find that any officer intended to pressure him? And Your Honour will appreciate the difference there. And Your Honour,
I do. Look, I will tell you immediately, if you understand that I have a very great desire to engage with counsel in a fairly Socratic way so that you can remind me squarely when you say Your Honour's going down the wrong path, you need to listen, and this is something you might be assisted by now. The point you make, the distinction between any positive, affirmative desire to impose pressure is just something I can't make a finding about. You needn't worry about that. But as to the evidence of a subjective belief, there is that evidence and you accept that.
yes, thank you.
That's good. Thank you.
I'm grateful that Your Honour has expressed Your Honour in the way that Your Honour has. So I don't need to address paragraph 3 anymore. But it was important for me to start with that, because if Mr. Wood or Your Honour indeed had a different view, then that would have repercussions for the ongoing conduct of the case. So
Yes, it would. It would. And I should, of course, I mean, I'll wait to hear what anything that Mr. Wood might want to say in reply, but perhaps what can I just say this without encroaching on your 30 minutes? I tried to tease out with Mr. Wood, and I think we reached common ground, that whether it be unfairness or legal unreasonableness, it's a fact-intensive inquiry, and you can't take the facts and circumstances of any intention to pressure on the basis of the evidence which is here. Now, that may not be sufficient for you. It doesn't kill the point. It just means that ingredient, perhaps the better way to think about it is, as I said, I think on Thursday, care is needed not to overreach or overstate. Now, whatever the facts of the circumstances were, the particular delegate was darting in and out of the room, which was being video recorded, and a fair inference, and tell me if this is not available, was that he was in a sense, going out, consulting, getting further guidance, coming back in, dealing with another issue and so forth. But whatever happened between interviewer number 1 and interviewer number 2, there is evidence about how Mr. Djokovic felt.
Yes, I accept all of it.
Thank you.
I accept all of that, thank you. So if I could then address paragraph 4, Your Honour, and Your Honour can read that to yourself. Essentially, I'd actually repeat something that Mr. Wood
Sorry, I
said
didn't
already
mean
this
to switch it
morning,
that much.
We did not respond to the submission that there is no law requiring a person to be vaccinated to enter Australia or to have an exemption. Your Honour,
Yeah.
read
Yes.
Now, we didn't respond to that because in our submission is not relevant to any of the grounds. None of the grounds alleges that it was not open to the delegate to have been satisfied of section 1161E in the circumstances of this case. What the grounds are in my submission, particularly with ground 1C, all the targeting material, is not illogicality or unreasonableness in the ultimate decision, but illogicality in a step of the reasoning adopted by the delegate in reaching the final decision. That doesn't mean that
Not a step along the way.
Indeed. That's very clear actually from paragraphs 27 to 29 of the terms of the application, which Your Honour has given leave for them to file. I just wanted to make that clear because it makes good my submission that in the end actually whether or not there is a law requiring a person to be vaccinated to enter Australia or to have an exemption is beside the point. And to make this additionally clear, I don't say this to say that ground 1C fails at the threshold or anything like that. Of course I'm going to have to deal with ground 1C
Yes,
as
madam.
being put by Mr. Wood. But I did want to make that clear because Mr. Wood has said it orally and said it in writing, and therefore I take it the applicant considers that to be important to their case, and we say it's not important given the way that the grounds have been framed.
Ooh.
But can I also say this, Your Honour? There is at least one provision that exists on the statute books that permits the executive, the Commonwealth Executive, to control who may enter and remain in Australia, and that is, of course, section 1161EI itself, the very provision exercised here. That provision does not present a high bar. Can I just go to 2 cases only in this half hour, Your Honour, because then I can clear this away and not have to deal with it this afternoon at all.
Thank you. That would be useful. Just hang on a second.
Wow, this guy's actually doing a really good job of
The first
explaining
one
it.
is in the supplementary authorities that we provided this morning. I apologise to the court for the lateness of it, and
Well, what you've said means that we'll have to deal with it more efficiently in another way. Tell me the name of the case, citation, and the paragraph.
perfect. So it's Minister and ERY19.
It's amazing that he has to concise it because the other guy took 5 hours to explain the same thing.
133. Your Honour, over the adjournment, will see that's tab 8 of our additional authorities.
Have they been delivered in hard copy, do you know?
If they haven't, they will be in the next hour, Your Honour. And so
That's that's all I know.
it's even more serendipitous.
Paragraph again.
The paragraph references will be 81 and 82. It's serendipitous that Your Honour has given me the indulgence of this half hour. I can tell Your Honour succinctly what the propositions are there. Paragraph 81 emphasises that the word risk imputes notions of possibility. Paragraph 82 says that the word risk is sufficient to connote possibility in quite the same way as by the use of the word might. That was Justices Lee and Wheelahan of the full Federal Court.
Yes.
The second case, thankfully, is before Your Honour. This is in Part A of the existing authorities. It's Leota and Minister, tab 12, medium neutral citation, 2020 FCA 1120.
Can you imagine if you just had all the documents with you
15,
while
thank you,
we're
Raj.
like reading this?
Thank you very much.
God, the amount of paperwork.
And the points that I draw out of that while everyone is turning it up,
Which I have.
thank you, Your Honour. The point we draw out of that is Her Honour Justice Banks-Smith emphasises that the statute was amended in about 2014 and lowered the bar even further. So one doesn't even have to
Schmidt.
be a risk, one might present a risk.
Yes.
And
Maybe,
again,
might be.
I
Clearly
wouldn't say a
lower threshold.
hopeless case, but
Indeed.
the fact
and
that
again,
he's
I repeat, there
saying
is no
the same
challenge
thing.
to the actual ultimate decision, just very many and several challenges to the reasoning process, which I'm going to, of course, have to come to.
Sorry,
So-
sorry. Can I just step back from that again, because it may be something that I need
That's
to
funny because I feel like
clarify.
for him, he just said it's
In
not the
reply,
whole thing, it's just
I've
how the
already
situation was
clarified
handled.
with you
I
that,
feel like that's the
um,
whole thing that we're getting to.
at the forefront, this case is what we call a step along the way.
Yes.
Now, for others, the way in which a ground of unfairness or legal unreasonableness might be made out could occur at a simple level, one which is focused solely upon the process by which the decision is reached, that is, the steps along the way leading to the decision. The other way, as you've put it quite correctly, is that the legal unreasonableness could, or the unfairness could, flow from the fact of the decision itself. And as you're submitting, and I need to be clear, particularly from the applicant, you're submitting, do I understand you correctly, that you say that the applicant is not contending that the decision in and of itself is tainted by tainted by jurisdictional error, which is in the character of unfairness or legal unreasonableness. You say the decision itself is not being attacked on that ground.
Indeed, that is correct, Your Honour.
It's only a process-based challenge.
I think I'm sort of half in between, Your Honour. There are very many process-based challenges, and before I sign up at 2 p.m, I'll explain to you how I'm going to deal with those.
Yes.
There are certainly process-based challenges. There are also rationality and unreasonableness challenges.
That's why I asked you.
Go beyond process, but the point that I'm making is that those are still unreasonableness and illogicality grounds that target, that challenge intermediate steps in the process of reasoning. They don't ultimately challenge, they do not actually allege that it was simply not open to be satisfied of 1C, 1EI. The allegation is more nuanced. The allegation is, given the reasons that you've given, you couldn't be satisfied because some of those reasons were affected by illogicality and unreasoning.
Well, I just think you might need to reflect upon that, and if we need to travel a little over 2 p.m, don't worry about it at all, but the point is, depending upon how one undertakes the analysis, if there are, if you will, 5 elements within a process which leads to a decision, and you found for one reason or another, forget this case, just any case, you just found that the particular finding of fact or the particular reasoning was utterly irrational or unsupportable or illogical, then that would effectively destroy or undermine the ultimate decision. And I just, at first instance, may be assisted by submissions that separate that out in a way. I can understand why a person might want to isolate these challenges and try to answer the individual challenges as a process of analysis, but is that potentially too granular approach in the sphere of unfairness or legal unreasonableness? I don't think I can say more about this stage, but if I feel a reservation, I think in fairness to you I should make it clear.
I'm grateful, Your Honour.
Thank you.
I think this is most usefully explained. I don't propose to take Your Honour to it now, but I'll provide you on the citation.
Yes.
Justice Robertson's well-known judgment in SZ RKT at paragraphs 150 to 158, where His Honour draws a distinction between illogicality or irrationality in the final decision itself, or illogicality, rationality in any of the intermediate findings. And the only reason why I emphasize it here is to, and it's going to have more significance in the submissions this afternoon,
Oh my gosh.
is to assist Your Honour, hopefully, to impose a structure about how to then analyse and fit in all the various submissions that Mr. Wood, on behalf of his client, has made this
Yes.
point.
We might be able to fast track this, not now, but in the ultimate result, because I thought part of, obviously we've got to go back and look at His Honour's reasoning.
More about
It's a
clarification, I
celebrated
agree.
case which has been endorsed so many times that it doesn't matter. But the point I thought, when you read the totality of the reasoning, His Honour was very careful to make some observations about the utility or appropriateness of quarantining the analysis in an overly rigid way, and that's a very general way of putting it, but I mentioned that for what it's worth.
I'm grateful, Your Honour. And so that's the additional thing I wanted to say in response to paragraph 4. Can I then foreshadow how it is that I propose to at least commence after the adjournment? And I will be looking directly with ground 3, because ground for collection of ground 3A and 3B.
Very good.
Because Your Honour will appreciate that those grounds aren't about whether or not it was correct in any lay or legal sense for the delegate to have applied section 1161EI to cancel the visa. Those grounds really do strike at the process by which the delegate applied that provision, and of course a decision maker has to comply with legal process.
Yes.
And Your Honour had raised with Mr. Wood, and this is my gloss, leaving aside the legal niceties, there are a set of facts here, and how should we assess and characterise these facts? The way that I will propose to deal with this after the luncheon adjournment is in this way, Your Honour. I will first explain that section 124 was complied with, in the sense that a response was given, and therefore section 124 did not impose a bar on a decision being made. Second, I'll then say that there was no denial of procedural fairness for 2 reasons. The first reason is that in my submission, one does not go to the general common law principles of procedural fairness, because the decision to make the interview commence earlier is a matter that's dealt with by the statutory code. So if there has been compliance with, for example, section 124 and all the other provisions around it, then that is a matter that is dealt with by the exhaustive statement of natural justice in that subdivision, and so one does not go to general common law procedural fairness.
Yeah, can I replay that so I try and persuade you I've understood it? All the structure throughout the Act, when it deals with exhaustive statements of the natural justice hearing rule, provides in short compass that the provisions in whatever division or part we are concerned to look at are expressed to be an exhaustive statement of the matters with which it deals, or they deal.
Yes.
And you're saying to me, properly understood in the circumstances of this case, the relevant provisions were engaged, so you don't step outside into common law procedural fairness.
Correct. That's going to be my primary submission there. And then I'll
So
say
he's
something
not
a little
going
more
for
about
common
even
law, and he's
applying
saying that
general
common law
procedural
is
fairness
not
as
what
a
you
second
go
bit.
to
Of course,
immediately
yes,
for
yes.
this kind of situation.
But then
And that's what they
after
were
that, I'm
referring
going to deal
to.
with legal unreasonableness, and I wanted to alert you on that this is how I'm going to approach it, because in dealing first with 124 and then second with the statutory code of procedural fairness, I appreciate that it's going to look like I am hiding behind legal principles when really it's the facts that Your Honour wants to get to grips with. And I want to assure Your Honour that I will get to the facts when I get to legal unreasonableness. But of course,
Mr. Tran, again, just so that you and I can speak candidly about this, you understand that it is, and tell me if you have another view, it's an inherent aspect of the nature of a final hearing that because the plaintiff or the applicant goes first, they have the opportunity to put all the colour on the canvas, and that in a sense becomes a platform or an opportunity for the court to interrogate those ideas as fully as it can, so as to give, in the first case or instance, an opportunity to counsel for the applicant, an opportunity to say, Your Honour's misunderstood me. What we're really saying is X or Y or Z, so that I can have, at the time of that engagement, some reflection upon whether I've understood the facts or whether the canvas needs to bear some different hue or colour. The second aspect, of course, which is I think the important part for you and I now, is while I do that in that part of the applicant's case, a very important related part of it is the collateral objective of giving a respondent forewarning of the sorts of issues that are being ventilated, so that in turn you say, well, forewarned is forearmed, and Your Honour might have had an indicative view about these things or tried to interrogate those ideas, but we want to say some things about that too, and you say, I should not misunderstand the submissions from the Minister as being carefully rehearsed, sophisticated statements confined to legal principles, but you say you want to emphasise matters of fact which justify the dismissal of the proceeding.
No, he's giving him a chance to talk. He's just clarifying right now, Francesco.
Yes, Your Honour. And the only thing I would add, of course, is it's been, I say this gratefully to Mr. Holdenson and Mr. Wood and to Your Honour, that given the urgency with which this proceeding has been brought on, of course, it's also been very useful to hear how they articulate their case this morning, because, of course, the proceedings have only been on foot since about Thursday or Friday. And so that is how I propose to proceed, and then we'll get on to some of the other substantive grounds after that. But I do propose to proceed in that way after the luncheon adjournment, if the court pleases, to focus on not the grounds that go to whether or not, for various reasons, Section 1161EI could lawfully be applied to the applicant, but really to focus on what, in my respectful submission, are some of the things that, at least as the applicant puts it this morning, do at least raise real questions I'm going to have to persuade Your Honour on about the process which the delegate followed. And so that's what I will do after the adjournment, if the court pleases, in the manner that I have described.
Mr. Tran, have you nearly said everything you want to say at this point?
I have, Your Honour. If I can foreshadow just a couple of cases which I think it might be useful for Your Honour to look at.
Case law.
One is the Taylor decision, which is volume 253 of the Commonwealth Law Reports, starting at page 531, which will be behind tab 16 of the additional authorities that will be delivered to Your Honour's chambers of the adjournment. I'll be relying on that for what the High Court says about whether and when one can read words into a statute.
Yes.
It's going to be relevant to Section 124. I will ask Your Honour to refresh Your Honour's memory, because Your Honour will be very familiar with them. The case of CRY 16, 2017 FCAFC 210, which will be behind tab 6 of the authorities that are delivered, and the High Court's decision in plaintiff M174, which is volume 264 of the Commonwealth Law Reports at page 217, which will be behind tab 13 of the authorities. Those are really just for the proposition that there is actually, of course, a close connection between procedural fairness and unreasonableness, such that, and I can make this concession, Your Honour, such that even if I'm right, and I will persuade Your Honour that I am right, and that Ms. Wooden is right, that Section 124 was complied with and the statutory code of procedural fairness was complied with, I accept that does not get us off the hook in defending the unreasonableness ground. There is a close connection such that if Your Honour were concerned that the applicant was denied procedural fairness in the exercise of the Commonwealth's right to attempt to apply Section 1161E, well then that is something that would inform Your Honour's assessment of unreasonableness. So those cases help to bear that out, and with respect, I think, will be things I actually have to persuade Your Honour against my case. So those authorities may be of assistance to Your Honour and to Mr. Holdenson and Mr. Wood. Can I identify just a couple of other authorities for Your Honour? One is the McHugh decision, 2021 FCA FC 152, which will be behind tab 5.
Case law.
Authorities. That's a very long judgment, but it's a very simple point that I'm going to be getting out of it, which is there's no doctrine of estoppel against, or estoppel restraining the exercise of statutory powers. That's actually the only proposition I get out of it, so it's a very long judgment. And a related judgment.
So just what I try to suggest that observation, it's a somewhat sophisticated proposition, that this will involve, I would hope from you, some engagement with the idea that I took up with Mr. Wood on Thursday last week, when I sought to check the direction in which I was sure he wasn't going, but to have him help me understand what he was trying to actually help me understand. And the way in which he put it effectively is, we're not concerned here with any doctrine of legitimate expectation, and he said that's absolutely right. That is, the nail in that coffin has been rusting there for some decades, but more precisely, he went on to qualify it by saying, and he's clearly cast and framed the case in this way in part, there's a qualification in the authority to which he referred, and about which I'll be reminded, but keys into what you're now saying, that notwithstanding the rejection of any such doctrine, that doesn't foreclose some idea that if a representation was made that could be relied upon. The idea of estoppel is it's a wriggly fish, Mr. Tran.
No, it is, Your Honour, and that's why I'm grateful for Your Honour's indulgence in permitting me this 30 minutes. So I can at least put a few markers in the sand, which are
helpful. I'm very, very, very grateful. Next.
And then I was going to say Lamb's case, 214 CLR1, which will be behind tab 15, but Your Honour is, of course, very familiar with precisely what I was going to take Your Honour to Lamb for, substantive and procedural legitimate expectations. But that is going to be one of the cases that I was proposing to go to. And then finally, I think it will be useful for Your Honour to consider two cases. Both of them are going to be losses of mine, so I'll be revisiting happy memories. The first one is going to be Environment Centre Northern Territory Inc. 2021 FCA 1635. That is potentially a useful case for Your Honour to consider, because that was a case where Justice Griffiths found of the Federal Court that an exercise of statutory power was unreasonable in circumstances where a representation had been made about one date, and then the exercise of power had been exercised on a different date. That, at least as I've described it, might sound a little bit similar to what we're getting at. And what I'll attempt to do this afternoon is explain how that's distinguishable. So that will be in the fold of authorities as well. No parties alerted Your Honour to it, but I thought overnight that's actually somewhat close, and so
I said to you last week, inevitably, it's the kind of case where parties are going to bring to mind some late in the piece additional authorities, but you've said enough to indicate to me and through me to your instructors the immediate need for somebody to get this material to me in chambers.
Yes, and then the last case I'll alert Your Honour to is Parata 2021 FCAFC 46. And the reason for that is this. Your Honour will recall this morning some exchanges with Mr. Wood about the notice of intention to consider cancellation. And Mr. Wood correctly brought to your attention that a necessary condition for the exercise of power under 116 is that you have a notice which is valid, a notice which complies with the requirements of section 119. If Your Honour recalls that, that's ground 1A in particular.
About a stockholder who wants to terminate his connection with the corporation.
Yet is when it is that a notice of intention to consider cancellation is valid. So I, of course, accept, and Ms. Wooden accepts, that is
Schmidt, don't say that. Schmidt, don't say that.
If it's invalid, then 119 hasn't been complied with, 116 isn't available. But in our submission, there's going to be two cases that will be very important for your Honour's consideration on that very question. Is it actually valid or not? Is what we describe as a typographical error, which Mr. Wood described in more florid but perhaps accurate terms, this morning,
Perhaps. But he went on
is something
forever.
that takes beyond something that complies with 119. So the first one, as I said, is the Parata case, which is the full court. The second one is the Udin case,
Case law.
UDDIN, which is in the existing authorities, which is tab 22. So I'll take Your Honour to those this afternoon, and Your Honour will appreciate, I will submit that those authorities will show that this notice
So I want to go to bed.
despite the mistake which Mr. Wood took Your Honour to. So that's what I'll do this afternoon, and I'm grateful to Your Honour for allowing me to identify some of its matters.
Yes, Mr. Tran, just before we adjourn, one of the issues that I sought to draw to the party's attention in relation to the cancellation notice in each of Part A, Part B and Part C is that the delegate seems unambiguously to have confined the ground for his conclusion to paragraph 116E Roman 1, and conversely, or by extension, not to anything arising under section 1161D or regulation 243.
Nick, they're going to go to adjournment after this statement.
And there is that final box to be ticked by a delegate which uses the broad catch-all, if you will, of other. Now, having regard to the manner in which the delegates expressed his reasoning, I would be assisted if you could deal with those parts of that notice at some point.
If I could do that right now, Your Honour, I can confirm, Your Honour, that our position is that the only ground that the delegate relied on is indeed section 116, 1E Roman 1, and I would even go further. The delegate only relied upon the health aspect of that, because Your Honour will see, and Your Honour is now very familiar with the provision, that it says health, safety, or public order.
Yes, that's helpful. I've got it.
The delegate only to rely upon the health limb of that.
All right, Mr. Tran, thank you for that outline, and Ms. Wooten. I will
This
adjourn
woman has
until
said
3:15.
nothing.
Adjourn the court.
The Federal Circuit and Family Court of Australia stands temporarily adjourned until 3:15 p.m.
I'm not staying up for that. All right. All right, boys and girls. I want to say thank you. Even though it's double mic, fuck you. Even though it's an adjournment, it's late. I need to go to bed. Thank you so much to everyone that was in this chat and followed along with all these struggles. If you want to watch it, you can go watch it in my Discord. Link to that is somewhere in this chat. Noel, if you're still watching this, can you post the chat Discord, please? I'll make it public again so that way everyone can join in. Oh, it's not private anymore, so please, you can go watch it in my Discord. I'll put it in the chat again, but hopefully it will. So all right, Nick. But thank you to everyone that watched the stream. I really do appreciate it. I know Game to Love is having it on later, so if you want to go watch it with them, they definitely have some good coverage of it. Hope everyone's doing okay. Hope everyone is staying safe. I'll see you guys in the next one. Thank you again for watching. I really do appreciate it. Take care, guys.